the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we as beneficiaries of the treaty must recognize our responsibilities, including our that we are in the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional land of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we do not have a supplementary agenda item this evening. Rules of decorum at a council meeting. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meetings that welcome debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of view. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in removal from the premises. This also applies to deputations. We ask that you do not approach members of council if they are seated in their council seat. The public, unless invited, is not permitted to come into the gated horseshoe area. The use of posters, signage, and literature is also prohibited. In attendance this evening, we have regrets from Councillor Story, and participating virtually, we have Councillor Sakachi. We have one disclosure of pecuniary interest for open session agenda items, and that is Councillor Crew with regards to 15A, Chatham-Kent's Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to now move on to the deputations. For this evening, we received 30 deputations, all relating to item 15A, Chatham-Kent's Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw. The first 10 were received by email only, and they are from Kathy and Scott Jones, Cindy Davis, Darren Utley, Jennifer J. Black Buchanan, Joanne Rushby, Ken Melnick, Robert Giannoli, Walter Vandekloot from CK Legal Clinic, Chris Houellette, and Adam Lally. We have two that are participating through the Zoom call this evening, and I'll call upon them next. First speaker is Maureen DeBain, and on deck is Erica. Maureen, would you like to go ahead now, please? I'll remind all deputations for this evening, whether on Zoom or in person, that you have a maximum of 5 minutes, and the timer will be on the screen for your convenience. Maureen, are you ready? Perfect, go ahead.
It quoted a representative from Rock saying, when you have people with privilege that have access to council's ear versus people living in encampments who do not have such privilege, their voices ring louder. She is also quoted as saying, is this a perceived fear or a real fear? Is it a perceived danger or a real danger? Is it uncomfortable or is it dangerous? I don't think people are willing to ask themselves this question. I'm left to wonder, did the representative from Rock that made these statements to CK News not hear the deputations at the council meetings? There were several examples of incidents given. Those were real and not perceived. I can tell you that the drug addicts I've known would do what they had to get their next fix. That can be dangerous and extremely costly. They lied constantly, stole, and used threats to get their way. What privilege have I had by working hard all my life, living in a dump that we called home until we could gradually fix it? Times were extremely tough in the early 80s when we purchased our home. We sacrificed and barely made it by, but we did. That's how we made it into this neighborhood, hard work and sacrifices, not by using drugs and being enabled. Is this what she is referring to as privilege? We moved to this neighborhood to move away from drug issues. For what? To be close to these same issues, pay more taxes, and now our property is likely less valuable than the one we moved from. I am angry, feel betrayed, and disrespected by the decision to move the encampment to my neighborhood, let alone without consultation. This is real, not perceived. On a positive note, I'm sure our taxes will be reduced substantially since our property is worthless. There is a possibility our home may need to be sold in the not too distant future, but the reality is we either won't be able to sell, or if we do, it would be for a considerably less price. Is it a perceived fear that what I've worked so hard for all my life is worthless, or is it real? I'll tell you it's real. This impacts my ability to use the equity in my home to live the rest of my life, being able to put food on the table and a roof over my head. No matter what the reason or excuse is for people becoming addicted to drugs, it doesn't change the outcome when these encampments are allowed in residential areas. This does not give anyone the right to destroy our financial or physical security or mental well-being. This encampment must be moved for these reasons. I wonder who we turn to recoup our losses when we take a loss on our property because of your decision, because you have the choice to right this wrong. Maybe we go to Rock or the municipality. I know personally the danger someone in psychosis or someone on drugs pose. When someone is in this state, you don't know what they're capable of, neither do they. It appears Rock is only an organization as long as there are encampments. There's no incentive to get these people out of our neighborhoods and into treatment. They need to show us the data on how many people they've referred for treatment to get off these drugs. It appears we have not learned anything from the previous neighborhoods who have already voiced opinions in the past and gave good options. This fell on deaf ears prior. Please don't let this happen again. Thanks to the encampment, there are already job losses to report. The ice cream truck is closed, putting people out of work and income taken from the owner. Due to the encampment, we used to enjoy the walking trail and many others enjoyed sports. That's been taken away. I feel our rights are being taken away through no fault of our own. We have a housing crisis where young families can't find a home to purchase. This encampment will remove many home buying options from the market as they won't want to live here either. I've already heard of one buyer that was trying to back out of a deal that closed prior to the encampment moving in, and another taking $100,000 less than the original asking price. It is a good school district, but that doesn't cut it when safety of their children are at risk. Move them to Irwin Street now. Consider it a temporary move until you can work out the next phase. For the residents, there's a bus stop close by that's covered. As far as too many heavy trucks going there daily, it works out to less than 17 trucks a day. I suspect Grand Ave is more than that in 5 minutes, and there's no security for the people crossing there. I personally know someone that just about hit one while he was towing a boat. The distance for Rock and Hope Haven to service these people is negligible. Putting them in a residential neighborhood is unacceptable, period. Putting our health and mental well-being and our investment in our homes on the line is just plain irresponsible. Our future depends on your decision.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the next speaker on the Zoom call is Erica. Erica, are you there? Okay, yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City Council members, for allowing me to read my speech this evening. I just wanted to give you a little background as to where I am today. I really wanted to come forward today and say this in person, but with all the backlash that Rock has been receiving, I do not feel comfortable putting myself at risk. So I decided to do this by Zoom with no camera. My name is Erica and I'm 35 years old. I have 2 children, ages 16 and 4. My addiction started when I was 15 years of age. I did not start using drugs like most people. I went straight to using cocaine and alcohol. I would try going to get help because I felt others wanted me to, but I always seemed to get right back into my addiction. Looking back, it was because I was not ready to stop. And no matter what the addiction causes for yourself or your loved ones, if you are not ready to stop, you just won't. My cocaine addiction continued until I was 19 years of age, when I found out I was pregnant with my son. I stopped until he was about 1.5 years old. I met a man who was a user and started again with my addiction. At this point, things had turned for the worst, and my son got taken away by CIS. At this point, I did not care about anything except for the man and the drugs. This was one of my lowest points in my life. I know I messed up huge, but the more I did drugs, the more I did not care about anything else. I did try to get my son back, but not hard enough, because my addiction took over. I didn't care about anything in my life anymore, because anything I had good had slipped away. At the age of 21, I was into using fentanyl and crack cocaine. I was living on Gray Street in Chatham, and I would get so depressed and sick that I could barely leave my bedroom. I ended up being so sick that I was admitted into the hospital for endocarditis for a month, and I just about died. I ended up leaving the hospital with tubes in my lungs, but that didn't even stop me from using. I was in a very abusive, terrifying relationship that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't leave, as I was afraid I would be killed. At this point is when I met Rock Missions, and it completely changed my life. Rock talked to me, fed me, clothed me, and worried about me. With Rock's persistence, I knew there was someone who cared and wouldn't give up on me, as they were the only normalcy I had at that time. When I met Rock Missions, I was pregnant with my second child, and yes, unfortunately, I was in the strongest period of my addiction. I was around 80 pounds and 4 months pregnant. Did Rock enable me? No way. They cared for me and showed me how to start caring for myself. They showed me there was hope and did not make me feel like I was a low-life loser like everyone else did. Rock was the only reason I did not starve to death, and I can honestly say I felt loved by them. Rock Missions would come to my door and check on all of us and supply us with food and harm reductions so we didn't use each other's supplies and catch each other's diseases. Since I ended my addiction 4 years ago, I have decided that what I really wanted to do was give back to Rock Missions and my community. I am now working with Rock Missions, and I am very proud of my accomplishments, and that I am at a point in my life where I am able to give back to my community members. I am making genuine connections every day with our friends, a lot of whom I know from my past, which because I am working with Rock and doing so well, some friends feel that maybe they can make this change too. I know some people are not comfortable with our friends, but we are all a unit and everyone deserves the basics that we supply at Rock Missions. They are people too, and just because they are having a hard time right now does not mean they don't deserve to be in a place together. This is my whole purpose for coming into Rock. If I can change, anyone can. And that is what I am showing our friends. It is possible. I am your success story. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. The next 18 deputations are present in the room. So I will call the next person and then the person on deck. So up now is Andy Moffett. On deck is Barbara Hutchins. Sorry, Mr. Moffett, there you go. Microphone.
Honorable Mayor, councillors, and staff. Let me begin by stating that I'm here before you with a concerned yet empathetic heart. I will not tell you how to do your jobs. I referee multiple sports. I know and understand what it's like to be yelled at and told how to do my job. A lot of people here tonight have probably done this to me, including the chief. I only ask that you hear what I have to say and give some consideration to my suggestions. Regarding the encampments, I beseech you, implore you, even beg you to remove any of the encampments away from all residences. No neighborhood should have these encampments anywhere near them. Looking at your proposed sites, the one that makes the most sense to me is the Irwin Street location. At the August 11th meeting, a councillor mentioned changing the protocols to make our Irwin site a good fit. It was completely ignored. Someone mentioned that this area would not work because of truck traffic. Have you not noted the amount of heavy traffic in the current encampment site? At the Irwin site, they would have access to numerous food stores, restaurants, and there is easy access for the service that currently provide help to the encampment population. On August 11th, our CEO was quick to suggest the necessity to change the recreational component of the Thames Grove location in order to make it fit the protocols. This is grossly unfair and inconsiderate to those citizens who use the area every day. And this would include, one, the most loyal dog walkers in the city, from the break of dawn to when the sun sets, all day, every day. Disc golfers, not just a few golfers as the new CEO tried to slough them off as, but a dedicated bunch who love their sport. Bringing in disc golf was one of the best things to happen to this area, as it works as a deterrent for other inappropriate activities that can happen in this area. Generations of children have come to this area every fall, and I do mean generations. Some of you councillors may probably remember running your cross-country run through this beautiful area. It truly is the most wholesome and joy-filled event. 4, wedding and family photo sessions, especially in the fall. Need I say more? The most appropriate designation of the Thames Grove site is found in the name, Thames Grove Conservation Area. Conservation area is defined in the Oxford Dictionary this way: an area of notable environmental or historical or importance which is protected by law against undesirable changes. Please do not change the status of this area. To do that opens up a can that you cannot seal up again. What would be next? Change of status to the dog park? Or how about the BMX park? And then we have a whole new round of deputations from hardworking, tax-paying citizens trying to speak up for their communities. And the cycle just continues. The buck has to stop. So I would encourage you, our elected officials, for you are here for a time such as this, to heed the words of Stephanie, the mother whose daughter was trapped in her addiction in the encampment. For hers was a testimony of what that life is really like. I would suggest that as a community, we need to flood the Premier and Prime Minister's office with requests for funding. We need help, we need it now, and we cannot do it without them and rectify this situation as soon as possible. To build or buy new facilities to help those who need and want recovery, and for those with mental illness. Perhaps Premier Ford would consider tossing us one of his billion from his $70 billion tunnel project. I would also suggest that we approach private landowners who may have suitable properties and appeal to their civic duty for a reasonable lease rate. To the people caught in this unfortunate situation, again, referring to Stephanie, the mother whose daughter lived amongst you, I put before you 2 choices, death or life. I hope and pray that you would choose life. To my mayor, council, thank you for all the service to this community. I know some of you are generational councilors, and I want you to know that your service is recognized and appreciated. I referee so that kids can have a game. I believe you serve with the same mindset. Please do the next right thing and consider what is best for all the citizens of this great city. God bless you and protect you. God bless the community of Chatham-Kent.
Thank you. Next speaker is Barbara Hutchins. On deck is Brian Bogart.
I apologize for having my better half with me, but my sugar is dropping and you guys don't want to have to pick me up off the floor. Your worship, councilors, and fellow community members, this deputation is not an easy one for me to do. I'm asking you to set aside judgment and hear me out. My brother was homeless up until he died. And I myself have struggled with mental health issues and addictions. I have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder, and depression. Along with that, I have mobility issues due to the other physical issues. I'm one of the lucky ones. I have an amazing husband, family, and friends who stand with me and help however they can. I have also been blessed to have the medical assistance that I needed. So you see, I do understand those struggles that the homeless face. One of my safe places has been to ride my mobility scooter on the path of Grand Ave by the PUC. Since the encampment has moved there, I feel less safe. What was meant to become a mental health break has now become fraught with anxiety and stress. My husband has made it clear to me that he does not want me walking there alone. And anyone who knows me knows I don't like to be told what to do. I understand that not all unhoused are criminal. However, there are those who are so inclined for whatever reason. This has very much become an us against them battle when it should be a sit down and work towards a solution for everyone. You, Mayor, and councilors need to be part of the solution. Sorry. To, to begin applying relentless pressure on the province and the federal government for help. Solutions, the federal and provincial government both need to step up and provide funding for addictions and other issues. 2, study other places that have successfully dealt with these issues in Canada and abroad. Learn from their successes and their failures. 3, you have a great deal of community feedback. Use it. Just a reminder, municipal elections are coming up October 26th. October 2026. Does that make you uncomfortable? It should. Thank you for hearing me out and for choosing to fight for the homeless and the people who live near and use this area for fitness and recreation.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brian Bogart. On deck is Sandra Conrad Karen.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and councillors. My wife and I have lived in our home backing onto the Thames Grove Conservation Area for 39 years. We've raised our family here, and now as retirees with grandchildren, we continue to use the park daily. I walk there twice a day with my dog, as well as several of our neighbors. Thames Grove is a busy and well-used community space. Every day, all year long, we see people enjoying the park, walking the trails, playing frisbee golf on the only course in the area, using the picnic shelter, boat launch, and in the fall, schools from both Lambton and Kent County host cross-country races here. Thames Grove is now being considered as a possible site for a homeless encampment. This would be the third such site. The first, along the river downtown, had to be relocated and required a hazardous waste cleanup. What was the cost of that cleanup? The new site at Grand Avenue near the PUC has already caused concern among neighboring residents and businesses. To say they are unhappy is likely an understatement. Will this area also require a hazardous cleanup once it is vacated? Thames Grove is 45 acres in size. Realistically, will encampments remain contained to one spot, or will they spread across the park? What will that eventual cleanup cost? Establishing an encampment so close to homes and businesses is not a good idea. It raises real concerns about safety, not because all homeless residents are dangerous, but because it only takes a few to create serious problems. The people of Chatham-Kent are well aware that homelessness is a problem. We need our sustainable and thoughtful solutions that do not put public space, families, or neighborhoods at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sandra Conrad Karen. On deck is Claire McDowell.
Mayor Caniff and members of council, my name is Sandra Karen. Some facts about me are I have lived by the PUC for 22 years and lived in Chatham-Kent my entire life. Opinion. People say that I am driven, persistent, and passionate. Neither of these facts or opinions likely mean anything to you. However, separating facts from opinion is at the heart of the issue here tonight. Fact, this is the third meeting considering the location for the city encampment and municipal bylaws with a diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice lens to ensure that our communities are safe places for all of the people in Chatham-Kent. Opinion, we appreciate the time and consideration that you are giving this challenge. Your acknowledgement of our situation gives us hope. From Councillor Thompson, we heard, it is terrible what the community is dealing with, and they should not have to. From Councillor Bondi, moving the encampment here was a terrible decision. And from Mayor Caniff, the encampment will be moved. This is a decision about both people and location, and the inseparable connection between the two. So it is important to keep facts at the forefront of your work as your work tonight unfolds. Fact, in the residential area bordering the PUC property between Grand and McNaughton and Taylor and Michener, there are 749 homes, 8 fourplexes, and 15 apartments filled with somebody's brother, sister, son, daughter, mother, and father. Not to mention 40 businesses. It is a well-used recreation area and a thoroughway for students attending 4 schools. Opinion, are any of these people less deserving of consideration than any other resident of Chatham-Kent, including the unhoused? Fact, in the equivalent area around the water tower, bordered by Richmond Street to Kyle and Bloomfield, there are 38 businesses, no homes, no apartments, and it is not a public recreation space or a thoroughway for schools, as there are no schools. It is as easily accessed by groups that bring meals to the PUC. It is 2 minutes farther away from Hope Haven than Pathways on Park, and only 1 minute further from Rock. Opinion, the water tower location puts the encampment away from all residential areas. The 2023 Action Canada report included the opinion of Judge Ramsey after reviewing a situation in Hamilton. Encampments can create significant challenges for others living in their neighborhoods. Overall, I am persuaded that these areas are not safe. MPP Trevor Jones stated the opinion of the province. Residential areas are not places for encampments. The decisions are directed and approved by the mayor and municipal council, and yet, in this case, neither the mayor or council made or approved the decision to send the encampment to 325 Grand Ave. If a transparent consultation process had considered the impact to the health and safety of the people living around the PUC and the loss of recreation programs, we believe that like Mud Creek and Kingston Park, it would have been excluded as an option for relocation. Fact, Pathways on Park was built thanks to a $4.3 million investment and has a $1.5 million 3-year budget. Opinion, the CBC cites research from other cities stating that locating tent encampments too close to a cabin village can impact the sense of security of the cabin inhabitants and reduce the success rate of the village. The water tower location would put some space between the encampment and the cabin village and potentially assist the success of the village long term. Fact, CBC Windsor posted a quote saying that moving the encampment causes trauma and that asking for the move shows a lack of empathy or compassion. Opinion, is this really a fact or just another opinion in the guise of fact? Compassion and empathy are two-way streets due to all members of the community. How anyone thought that this was a simple administrative decision that did not need to come before the council is beyond understanding and shows the complete opposite of compassion or empathy to everyone affected, housed and unhoused. Further, it shows a blatant disregard of the role of council. If meetings like this had been held before the encampment was moved, then all of the people impacted would have been shown equal amounts of compassion and empathy. The mayor and council would have had time to make a well-reasoned and forward-thinking decision instead of being left to clean up a mess they did not create and would not need to move the encampment again. We also have empathy and compassion for the mayor and council, but let's be clear, the facts show that the PUC is still the wrong location. The water tower should have always been the suggested option, so please put the 100-meter residential boundary in place, and instead of having all of this energy being split between the two sides of this debate, put it towards getting the unhoused the help that they really need. Thank you.
Next speaker is Claire McDowell. On deck is Cynthia Looms.
Mayor Caniff and members of council, my name is Claire McDowell. Facts about me are, I've lived by the PUC for 13 years and I play on the non-sanctioned bocce league there. Opinion. People say that I'm hardworking and analytical, so I hope you find this analysis of facts help you form an opinion in favor of a change. Fact, the August 11th report stated traffic at the water tower was a major concern at 24 vehicles per workday, while PUC data gathered averaged 22 vehicles per hour, 176 per workday. Surely this makes the safety concerns 7 times greater at the PUC. Fact, Ms. Guillemette stated on August 11th that a 50-meter business boundary means there is availability at the water tower. Opinion, is the water tower a perfect answer? Of course not. But it stops the game of community whack-a-mole. A perfect solution will take years, and no residential community should have to live beside an encampment in the meantime. Consider an important point. A 100-meter buffer zone from homes also keeps encampments away from all the nearby businesses, and this would be the same across the entire municipality. A 50-meter business boundary is a compromise that protects residential neighborhoods while you build the long-term supports needed to end encampments altogether. Fact, you have heard factual accounts of real experience. You have heard us called privileged. The average salary in Chatham-Kent is $45,828. The average salary in the PUC neighborhood is $42,750. Lower than the municipal average and far less than the $182,667 average of the staff listed on the report that recommended the PUC location. Opinion. This is not a privileged neighborhood, and shame on anyone for painting it as such. If we have the privilege of having a roof over our heads, it's because we worked hard to put it there and now have the privilege of losing 20% of our property value. So ignore the gaslighting. Don't be misled by those who diminish real accounts as merely being noise, that hide behind finger wagging and privileged associations in an effort to manipulate this narrative. These tactics distract you. Don't be misled. None of us have said not to help people, but to consider everyone's safety equally. Fact, when matters are actually brought to council, you consider the community impact carefully. You turned down the 8-story building proposed for Indian Creek Road West as the building was inconsistent with the other homes in the area and you worried about congestion. So use your own rationale. The tents are not consistent with the homes in our area. It has caused congestion, anxiety, property devaluation, and the loss of our safety and security. These are real consequences, not perceptions. So don't be angry with us. We're simply asking for the same consideration given to Indian Creek Road. Our community was blindsided. We were not consulted, and we do not consent. Mr. Taylor pointed out that this is your decision, so please listen. We deserve to live without the well-documented issues associated with encampments, crime, vandalism, and open drug use. This is more important than the potential location of an apartment building. We implore you to right the wrong that was done without our input, or yours. Establish clear boundaries that prohibit encampments from all residential areas. Concentrate on solutions to support people getting out of encampments, not handouts that keep them there. Our community deserves both compassion and protection. You can and must have both, and so can we. As columnist Kevin Klein wrote in the Winnipeg Sun, we have funded outreach, we have expanded shelters, we've built housing, but results matter, and the numbers are going the wrong way. If a strategy produces more chaos, more addiction, more death, and more destruction of neighborhoods, it's time to rethink the entire approach. So let's be clear. This isn't about being heartless. It's about being honest. We should help those who want help. We should make real treatment and recovery available. But enabling addiction and excusing crime under the guise of compassion is just cruelty with a different label. It ruins neighborhoods. It hurts the vulnerable. It pushes people deeper into dysfunction. Thank you.
Next speaker is Cynthia Looms. On deck is Jean-Luc Lebrec.
Dear Mr. Mayor, councillors, and fellow citizens of Chatham-Kent, my name is Cynthia Loomis. I was born and raised in Chatham, and I love my city. My husband Tim, daughters Avery, 14, and Jaden, 17, and our border collie live at 74 Woodland Ave. The Thames Grove Conservation Area surrounds 80 residential properties, 37 of which, like mine, have backyards that border directly onto the grove. We love this beautiful green space, and my family and I use it every day. I'm very distressed that Chatham City Council feels the Thames Grove Conservation Area, 30 Kingsway Drive in Chatham, can even be considered as an option to house homeless people. This is ridiculous and a horrible idea. Please read on as to why, which I shall do. The Thames Grove Conservation Area is listed under chathamkenttrails.ca. It is also listed on alltrails.com. The Thames Grove Trail is a 1 kilometer long loop with natural shade, surface, shade, forest area with boardwalks, picnic tables, a shelter, very active boat launch area, and a very active disc golf course. It is as much, and more in my opinion, an important trail to the community as the PUC Trail. Both are awesome. Disc golf is lining up for a shot at featuring the Olympic Games as a medal sport, and they have secured a spot at the World Games in Jeonju in 2025 as a medal sport. It's a sport field. I've chatted with golfers. A group from St. Thomas near London come regularly. It's a great course, one of the best around, well laid out, challenging, and that's why they keep coming back. The conservation area is busy every day with residents all year long, dog walkers, families enjoying a nature walk with their kids and grandkids, photo shoots for family groups, engagement and weddings. Throughout the school year, local schools, both high school and elementary's age, take class trips to enjoy and learn about the nature habitats in the Grove, to hike the Loop Trail, and also to take their gym classes, both elementary and high school age, which are often seen enjoying learning and playing disc golf. In mid-September, just 3 weeks away, the cross-country season kicks off at the Thames Grove Conservation Area, with regular meets in the Grove taking place through late October. Schools from as far as Sarnia compete here. It's a great venue and a highlighted event for thousands of school children and their families each year. Check this, there's an awesome stories. You can just look it up online, and the Chatham Daily News has regular articles about that. The one particular meet I'm thinking about, there was 570 students registered for this meet, and it's just one meet. And then imagine all the people there cheering on the kids. Super awesome. There are 2 large areas in the Grove that are designated protected habitat. As an example, the beautiful migrating monarch butterflies use the milkweed plant growing in the protected long grass area as a stop on their trip south each year. The other protected area is a pollinator garden supported by the Rondo Watershed Coalition, Chatham-Kent, Lower Thames Conservation, Lambton-Kent District School Board, and the Ontario Trillium Foundation, who have posted a sign there explaining to visitors the plant names and their importance to the habitat. In closing, the Thames Grove Conservation Area is a valued sporting field. 1 kilometer hiking loop trail, disc golf course, active boat launch with docks and fishing. It is much used and a much needed green space in our city. It is important for the mental health of this city's citizens to have places to enjoy nature and sports within our city. We must protect it now and keep it safe for future generations. Please leave the camp where it is for now, but not moving it to another residential neighborhood. We want to keep the camps away from residential neighborhoods. Perhaps a large property in a non-residential neighborhood could be rented. But whatever comes to be, let's continue to work together as citizens of this great city and to come up with great ideas. Thank you.
Next is Jean-Luc Lebrec. On deck is Jen Shantz.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors, for the opportunity to speak. I'm new here to Chatham. I moved here from Toronto a few years ago. I wish I moved here sooner. I really love this city. I really love Chatham, a great city and people. I really feel fortunate to be here. God, I'm nervous. So that said, about the encampments, which I have dealt with a few times so far. Question, is there a reason why the new tiny homes was built on the east side of Chatham? Also, the downtown homeless encampments that is now moved over to Grand Avenue East as well. You get my point. Most encampments are all heading eastbound. My question then is, why not the west end of Chatham? Why not build a homeless shelter there or move the encampments there, the west end, where there's beautiful brand new walking trails, brand new $2 million indoor tennis courts. St. Clair College, by the way, donated 20 acres of land to make this possible. Why didn't they donate a few acres of land for these tiny homes? Why doesn't the west end help it on this issue? I think I know why. A single detached McMansion on the west end pays 3 to 5 times more property taxes than any home on the east end. Many of those west end homes a few years ago sold for well over a few million. The east side homes, by comparison, a fraction of that. So let's just be honest and call it for what it is. The rest of Chatham is simply too valuable to drop encampment bombs in their gated communities. Just call it for what it is. Chatham's East End is the city's dumping ground, a big rug to sweep all the city's problems underneath. To those who live on the East End, sorry guys, there's not a thing you're going to say here that will convince this council to change that. These new restrictions the council is putting on the East End encampments, that new 100-meter rule, the fact remains, the camp and shelters are still staying there. And don't think elections will change any of that. Shoveling everything on the east will guarantee everyone's re-election. The reason is simple. It's 3-1. 3-1. You think the people of the north, south, and west end of Chatham wants an encampment in their backyard? They have 4 words to tell their councillors. Keep it over there. This isn't anything new. The Faroes had gated communities too. Now, I have to mention it, but the encampment in Barrie, Ontario, they just found the remains of murdered people, which goes back to January of this year. Along with a police investigation, the Ministry of Health condemned the site for soil contamination, concerns over elevated levels of E. coli at their local beaches, where, the runoff of the encampment. Now, that's an extreme example, but it's happening here in Ontario. So, I'm suggesting 2 things. One, if this city is going to continue dumping biohazards on the East End, then pay the East End for damages. Damages in the form of a big property tax cut to the East End. And to make up the difference by getting the West, North, and South End to pony up the difference. I guarantee you, those wards, they'll all greet this tax increase with big smiles on their faces. A few extra bucks to avoid this drama. As the saying goes, shut up and take my money. You'll all go back to your wards as heroes. And the East End will, they'll spend it on lavish tax cuts on things like fences and, new cameras. 2, for the current encampment, routine major cleanups, no more encampment fires, and for the public to be warned if there's a biohazard outbreak. Hepatitis A, typhus, tuberculosis, this has happened in other encampments. And also petrochemical E. coli soil contamination levels needs to be monitored. If contamination levels are above the norm, shut it down. Some cities had to spend millions of dollars in mass remediation. That means removing all the topsoil and disposing of it. And yes, no new encampment shelters in the East End. Make it a law. The East End has had enough. If you're going to make a new Smurf village, then do it on the West End. Now that I shot my face off, I'll end it with this. When you start throwing money at a problem like drug addiction, there will never be enough. Drug addiction is a beast, and the only way to stop a beast is to starve the beast. And that's really what this city should have done from the beginning. Starve the beast. To do that, council should have said no. You still can. Either Chatham-Kent is a city or it's a segregated collection of wards choosing the East End as its dumping ground. This is your Damascus moment. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I've done my fair bit of traveling around the world. I'm so grateful to call Canada and especially Chatham home. And yes, I say this as an East End resident. Thank you.
Next speaker is Den Chance. On deck is Joan Brisley.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council, for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Reach Out Chatham-Kent, ROC. My name is Jen Schatz, and I serve in a volunteer capacity with the group. ROC provides holistic street health and drop-in services while building partnerships through leadership, advocacy, and compassion. We have been working with municipal staff, unhoused residents, and community partners to address the growing homelessness crisis in our region. Our collaboration on encampment protocols is grounded in data, frontline experience, and close relationships with community service providers. Ontario municipalities can regulate public space under the Municipal Act 2001, but this authority is limited by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, particularly Section 7, which protects life, liberty, and the security of the person. Courts across Canada have consistently ruled that evictions without truly accessible alternatives violate these rights by exposing people to serious harm. Bylaws must be constitutionally sound. Public space management cannot come at the expense of human dignity or survival. A landmark case, the Regional Municipality of Waterloo versus Persons Unknown 2023, saw the Ontario Superior Court reject an injunction to evict an encampment, ruling that the region's bylaw violated Section 7. Over 1,100 people were unhoused, and many shelters were inaccessible, lacking mental health supports or accommodations for individuals with physical disabilities. The Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario stresses that truly accessible means more than just offering a bed. It means removing barriers like curfews, substance use restrictions, and inadequate facilities. This principle was reaffirmed in Higsma versus City of Hamilton 2024, where the court upheld the city's encampment strategy only because it included strong outreach, needs assessments, and suitable alternatives. While under appeal, the case reinforces that evictions without real options are unconstitutional and legally risky. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario echoed this in its 2024 report, warning that dismantling sites without alternative violates charter rights and worsens the crisis. Permitted encampments are a practical, proven response to the housing crisis. They provide stability, facilitate outreach, and create pathways to housing. Banning them undermines this process, increases municipal costs, and puts lives at risk. The municipal encampment policy adopted by this council on November 4, 2024 was intended to manage encampments humanely and within legal standards, acknowledging the right to safe shelter. That purpose is now under pressure. In July 2025, the Thames River encampment was cleared due to construction, and residents were relocated to the PUC grounds on Grand Ave. Following complaints from businesses and residents, council held an emergency meeting. On July 31st, it introduced new restrictions: 1 tent per person, 2-meter spacing, and a 100-meter buffer from private properties and business. These changes, cautioned against by a variety of people within the municipality's own administration, left no viable sites, effectively pushing a no encampment anywhere policy. This shift is alarming. It contradicts recent court rulings and mirrors the intent of Bill 6, which expands police powers and risks criminalizing homelessness. The protocol aimed for balance. Undermining it through harsh restrictions exposes the municipality to legal challenges and deepens harm to vulnerable residents. At the August 11 meeting, council wisely delayed a final decision, keeping the PUC site open. 100-meter buffer zones would make encampments nearly impossible in urban areas like Chatham, where shelter options are already scarce. This fails the truly accessible standard and may violate Section 7 of the Charter by endangering lives. The protocol must allow space for encampments, not just out of compassion, but to uphold the law and to protect human rights. Upholding basic dignity is the foundation of effective long-term solutions. Ignoring this reality fails our legal and our moral obligations. Councillors, I urge you to vote to retain the PUC site and to explore additional permitted encampments in Chatham-Kent. Partner with community groups to provide mental health and addiction supports. This approach meets legal requirements, prevents costly litigation, and reflects the value of a compassionate community. Thank you, and let's choose progress over prohibition.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joan Brisley. On deck is Cody McPherson.
To your worship, Mayor Caniff and councillors, my name is Joan Brisley, and my husband Bill and I have lived on Woodland Ave, adjacent to the Thames Grove Conservation Park, for over 40 years. We put our roots down, raised our family here, and felt very privileged to have a beautiful, peaceful green space behind us. We worked hard over the years to make improvements to our home and property, and now that we are retired, we'd like to spend our days enjoying it. I've worked over 45 years as a registered nurse at the Chatham Hospital, the last 15 years directly with mental health, both inpatient, outpatient, and crisis. I've seen worst case situations and very sick people. However, I was always able to go home to my family and escape that environment. Possibly not so much anymore if the homeless encampment gets moved to our backyard. Over the past 40 years, we've seen the park go through many transitions. At one time, there seemed to be an increase of inappropriate behavior, meetups, drug trade and use, and the park was known as the hot spot. During that time, our neighbors suffered more damage to sheds and vehicles. We ourselves had not only our vehicle and shed broken into, but also our home. The doors to our house were kicked in and items were broken and stolen while we were at church for 2 hours in the morning during the daylight. It felt like such a violation. There was also noticed increase of police activity in the park. Tents were set up and removed, and recently a car was set on fire which burnt some of the trees in the bush area. We also noticed more homeless being sheltered in the motels on Grand Avenue, and some of these individuals have been wandering through our neighborhood and passing through our yards, putting everyone on alert. A couple of years ago, or a few years ago, lights were installed in the park and a Frisbee golf course was created to discourage bad behavior, paid for by tax dollars. This has helped immensely. It has attracted participants from other communities and cities all over Ontario, and we have been told it's one of the best. Currently, people are enjoying the natural environment, as others have said, walking with family, their dogs, having picnics, family reunions, taking wedding photos. It's used for youth programs, cross-country, running of schools from many cities, bird watchers, environmental studies of the natural habitat, fishing and launching boats. The bush area within the area has walking trails, and the area has entertained wildlife and many different birds over the years. The park has a large loop trail, which was described before, which many hike and cross-country ski in the winter. Actually, it is one of the most used parks next to Kingston Park and is listed as one of the coveted CK trails. However, the park has also flooded numerous times in the past, right up to our fence line due to vulnerable flooding from ice jams, heavy rainfall, and spring runoff. We are so happy to see the park used in such a positive manner, and we ourselves enjoy it on a daily basis. In August 2014, a quote from Mayor Caniff, quote, the need for more recreational facilities is not just a nice to do. There is a real need to provide these kinds of amenities to help attract and keep residents. Provincial agencies have found that the poor health of many residents, particularly in the area of heart disease and obesity, can't be ignored. Chatham-Kent should be taking the lead to provide its residents more opportunities to become more active, which can lead to a healthier lifestyle. Placing a homeless camp next to any residential neighborhood would not only devaluate their property, as mentioned, but cause increase in crime, destruction of property, and environmental destruction. It would cause torment to law-abiding taxpayers who fear drug-induced psychotic individuals who are looking for a way to get their next fix. The use of this wonderful park would decline and impact many longtime users. People need a green space and nature for their mental health, and Chatham has limited areas. Having said this, constant moving of the encampment is also distressing to those who are living in it. They need treatment, support, education, and detox for those who are drug dependent. We need to stop enabling their disease. We also need to weed out the day campers and those not wanting to follow society's rules. A remedy for this is not easy, and council has a big job ahead. Please, please don't destroy the conservation area, and please don't pit neighborhoods against each other. Please look for an appropriate area that meets the need and satisfies both the community and the homeless.
That's time.
In all respect.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cody McPherson. On deck is Larry Hutchins.
All right, we're having fun here today, aren't we? My name is Cody, and at the last meeting you heard my husband, Mike McPherson, ask for the encampment to be relocated for the sake of families in the area and to not defer action. Action was once again deferred, and so here we are. What do I write for a deputation when there's nothing left to be said? We've heard powerful testimonies from nearby businesses, affected neighbors, People who have dealt with addiction firsthand and have addressed the dangerous shortcomings of Chatham-Kent's proposed solutions to the unhoused. And still, decisions have been deferred. The chance at a resolution feels tenuous, and people are losing hope in this city and in this council. So instead of rehashing arguments about whether the unhoused deserve dignity, like Rock wants us to focus on, or who will be least impacted by the encampment's presence, since let's face it, anywhere you put it, there's going to be an impact, let's turn our attention now to the state of the housing market in Chatham-Kent. Because that's the smokescreen we've been handed by council over the past several years, while the problem has grown to the point we're at today. We're told the solution is development. New subdivisions, new builds, shiny ribbon cuttings. Developers and investors paraded as saviors. But what's actually being built? Units priced so far above the threshold of true affordability that they might as well be on another planet. Here's the math that never makes it to the press releases. By the standard 30% of income rule, the average Ontarian household can afford a maximum of $1,800 a month for housing. Adjust for taxes, for food inflation, for skyrocketing utilities, and that number plunges even lower. Yet the homes going up in Chatham under these so-called solutions cost 2, 3, sometimes even 4 times what the average working family can sustain. Never mind families who are living barely above minimum wage thanks to the limited job opportunities in Chatham-Kent. Let's stop pretending this is affordable housing. Let's call it what it is. Market housing dressed in affordable language so developers can cash their checks and council can pat themselves on the back. It solves nothing for the people in tents, and it solves nothing for the young families trying to plant roots here. It does, however, solve plenty for builders and investors cashing in on what is a very real crisis. And here's the kicker. Some of you in our municipal government have had the gall to cite these projects as evidence that you're addressing the housing crisis. But you're not. You're applauding developers who build homes that aren't actually affordable to the residents who need them, then using these homes as cover to avoid hard decisions about what to do with those who are displaced. And in the meantime, you've avoided creating adequate infrastructure for those who struggle with things like illness, addiction, and mental health issues on top of everything else. So let's not pretend. Either you mean to build housing that people in the municipality can actually afford, or you mean to continue outsourcing the problem to tent cities, taxpayer-funded PR, and the residents it impacts secondhand, like those affected by this encampment. But don't insult us by conflating the two. Because the truth is, the encampment is here because there aren't enough realistic homes and rentals available in Chatham-Kent. There aren't homes for people who are unable to procure employment beyond minimum wage. There aren't homes for these people to transition to after they're in any kind of transitional housing. There aren't homes adjusted to the economic reality of 2025, not the fantasy spreadsheets government keeps referencing. And until you have the guts to admit that, we will keep meeting here, repeating ourselves, while the tents keep multiplying and the developments keep selling to those already wealthy enough to afford them, while young people and people doing the hard jobs in the city that can't match inflation, and those unable to support themselves through no fault of their own continue to suffer. And for the record, I'm not here as some privileged homeowner saying this. At 32 years old, I moved my family in with my mother, who lives up against the PUC property. That home was built by my grandpa with his hands. He came from a family that was full of drug addiction. He comes from generations of slavery that put him in a place where his family had a hard lot in life, and he made choices. I watched him make hard choices for our family my entire life so that my mom could have that house backing up against the PUC property. And you know what? I'll end it there because, like I said, there's not much else to say.
Next speaker is Larry Hutchins. On deck is Leslie Radd.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Council. I'm before you tonight to speak on Agenda Item 15A, the encampment protocol and bylaw. Over the last few meetings, much has been explained to council of the different issues that the encampment brings to the Grand Ave neighborhood. Among other issues, there are the garbage and litter, loss of the use of green space, open human waste, crime and vandalism, open drug use, used needles left strewn around carelessly, and the loss of home resale value. It is the final point that I wish to discuss. Loss of home income, home resale value is brought forward often. However, it is never explained to council. Loss of resale value and buyer interest are affected by all of the above mentioned encampment issues and more. The fact that there is or was an encampment in the neighborhood will drag down the market while the encampment is present and for many months after the encampment has been dismantled. The months of site cleanup are a visual reminder that an encampment was once present. The financial costs are real. Homes directly abutting the encampment are virtually unsellable. Homes that in the direct neighborhood lose 30% of their resale value. Homes further out, lesser amounts the further out they are. The homes in Winfield Crescent area are in the $650,000 range. My source for this information is a local realtor. This would mean that at a 30% devaluation, a $650,000 home would lose $195,000 of resale value. If we use this information, and because the PUC property is so large, assume that there are 200 homes in the affected neighborhood. This would mean that there could be a potential for the neighborhood homes to lose a combined total value of $39 million. This is why the issue of home resale value is so important. Thank you.
Next speaker is Leslie Raitt. On deck is Mary Lou Mushkich.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to begin by acknowledging the courage of another mother who stood before council a short time ago and shared her family's experience with substance use. It takes remarkable fortitude to publicly discuss a child's struggles when stigma and blame so often cloud these conversations. This judgment silences many parents, leaving only one side of the story heard at meetings like these. I share many of the previous mother's concerns, particularly the urgent need for more detox centers, extended recovery programs, and accessible mental health services. While I recognize municipalities are limited in controlling the licensing and operation of these systems, as oversight lies largely with the provincial level. Local government nonetheless plays an essential role connecting residents to existing resources and supporting access. I am here today to offer my perspective on the Waterworks encampment and to highlight the vital work of Reach Out Chatham-Kent. I believe in the necessity of both. I too speak as a mother shaped by personal experience and the stories of others like me. My son has faced homelessness and substance use, overdosing twice that I know of, and has spent several time in one of the 10 encampments known across Chatham-Kent. When asked why he stayed there, he told me it was where he felt safest. Against the criticism both the encampment and Rock have received at these meetings, I want to emphasize the real impact these supports have had on my son and our family. During our darkest hours when my son most needed help, the encampments and local outreach stood by him, even as much of the public judged him harshly. He was dismissed by many as a druggie or a tweaker, with few caring to know his story or see him as a person. He endured verbal and physical abuse by those who failed to recognize his humanity or understand the nature of his illness. Through all this, it was the encampments and Rock that gave him safety, dignity, and support when the rest of the world turned away. Research in Toronto revealed that encampment residents formed resilient mutual aid communities, providing essential resources, safety monitoring, and emotional connections, support that often surpassed what traditional shelters could offer. Similarly, the Homeless Hub found that encampments help fulfill social and psychological needs, belonging, autonomy, resilience. through reciprocal aid and shared hardship. While encampments carry recognized risks, there are also protective benefits that are often lost after displacement. Though not long-term solutions, encampments serve as more than shelters. They act as key access points for healthcare, harm reduction, and social support. In harm reduction housing models following encampment placement, residents reported improved health, privacy, autonomy, and the ability to pursue long-time goals, benefits seldom found in conventional shelters. I respect the concerns of the neighbors living near the Waterworks encampment. Whether those worries are based on perception or reality, they are genuine. It can be difficult to appreciate the positive aspects of an encampment when daily challenges are so visible. However, repeatedly uprooting vulnerable individuals who are above all fellow human beings only compound their hardship. Whatever you decide, please ensure a location is accessible for emergency services, outreach, and support agencies. Let's avoid simply pushing these individuals out of sight where help cannot reach them. What is too often missed in this debate is the necessity of preserving dignity and stability, even in imperfect circumstances. The evidence shows that when encampments are displaced, more harm than good is caused. As a community, we must do better, not by ignoring concerns, but by listening for solutions that respect everyone's humanity. Reach Out Chatham-Kent in particular has been a lifeline for my son and so many others. Their work providing outreach, harm reduction, and compassionate support has given hope to families who might otherwise have none. I urge Council to recognize and continue to support these efforts, not just as a matter of policy, but of empathy. I'm not here to argue that encampments are ideal or that they solve the homelessness. Rather, I am here as a mother advocating for realistic solutions that do not sacrifice the well-being of our most vulnerable for the sake of efficiency or appearances. My son's story is not unique, but his survival has depended on people willing to look beyond the stigma and see his humanity. At the end of this month, my son will celebrate 6 months clean and sober. Excuse me. This is the longest stretch he has achieved in nearly 20 years. Both he and I attribute this progress primarily to the safety found within the encampments as well as the support provided by the local outreach centers like ROC. My son didn't go to the encampment to die. He went there to live. If they are alive, there is always hope. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mary Lou Muschik, and on deck is Meredith Davenport.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to Council and Mayor Caniff. Funny thing, the summer has been divided into two sections, two parts of our life, before July 11th and after July 11th. Let's work real hard to resolve this emergency crisis at hand, as well as take the next step necessary to truly make a difference in this community. Harm reduction, reduction of harm rather than the utilization of tools towards sobriety. Aiming to help those in need, yet resulting in encampments increasing in size, with less land to accommodate, land destroyed, shelters not full due to non-compliant individuals turned away, illegal activity on the rise, cost for services escalating, and all with very little recovering success stories. This has proven to be a failed approach. Some will say harm reduction has created instead an entire group of organizations profiting hugely on the backs of the drug users. Although many working at these organizations have nothing but empathy and goodwill intended. It does call to question whether there is a conflict of interest regarding their mission as a charity and their innate need to survive. Society has created two ways of responding to an unhealthy and risky behavior. First, try to get people to stop by utilizing the tools necessary to attain abstinence. Say yes to a detox center. Support Rhonda Jubinville's motion this evening. Or, second, to accept the behavior that is not attainable for these people to stop the unhealthy and risky behavior. So, to try and reduce its harmful effects, known as harm reduction. Say no to the status quo. Stop funding what is not working. The pendulum has swung. The practice of harm reduction is proving unsuccessful, Costs outweigh the benefits. We cannot continue the disastrous momentum. I would like to take a moment to respond to a recent statement made by a representative of Rock. This is not about property, it's about human beings. This has everything to do with property. Our property is plummeting because of a hasty decision to take our green space. Our hard work for our retirement investment is in clear and present economic danger. And that affects us, the people too, the victims too of this harsh and rash decision. Insurance premiums are going to escalate for all of us, you see, because our risk assessment has increased substantially. This that pays our needs as we progress through our senior years with increased medical expenses expected. You are giving us no opportunity to balance the loss of our property values unless you are also offering to give us a subsidy equivalent to the 20 or 30% of our loss. I refer to Karen Cummings' deputation August 11th and repeat, the average charity in Ontario in 2024 spent 21% on salaries, whereby Rock is spending 44%. If their heart is truly for the unhoused, they would have invested the $600,000 on a detox clinic, providing a multidisciplinary approach, giving drug users the best chance at long-term rehabilitation. This is not about what's convenient for Rock. It's about helping minimize the existing encampments and prevent further growth. Rock should focus on strategies that promote full recovery. Experts, including NA or any rehabilitation program, will stress the importance of reducing affiliation with known drug users. Large encampments foster failure. Would you take a recovering alcoholic out in the evening to a bar and expect him or her to remain successful? Giving out needles directly in an encampment is the same thing. No wonder there is such a low success rate. Yes, these are human beings, and we are talking about them. They deserve the best opportunity to obtain the help they need. Stop enabling, educate, give alternatives. Do not name any encampment long-term. The end result should be ending encampments in our city. Stop destruction in our residential neighborhoods and expecting support from the taxpayers. Instead, relocate this encampment out of all residential neighborhoods now. Move it to the water tower location where the mental and physical safety of all is at less risk. Bring back our green space for the same reason you won't move it to any other one in town. Begin taking the step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Meredith Davenport. On deck is Renee Giannoli.
Do you have to press this? Okay. Do you have to press this? It's good. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and fellow residents. I appreciate the opportunity to speak regarding the issue of the potential relocation of the Chatham Encampment. My name is Meredith Davenport. I reside on Devonshire Road. It's a property that backs onto the Thames Grove Conservation Area. The conservation area has existed since 1965. First and foremost, the area around the conservation area is an established residential area. It was established 70 years ago by Carl and Fran Peroni when they built their home, the first home on Devonshire Road. I know this because my family moved there 40 years ago. There's 21 houses on Devonshire Road. It's a dead-end street. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone watches out for everyone. Everybody knows everyone's business. A few things councillors and the citizens may not be aware of regarding the conservation area. Just in case you don't know, the conservation area is full of poison ivy. You guys put signs up regarding this, warning of the hazards. Comes in all of our properties. The conservation area hosts cross-country runs. Several schools participate in it. Since it's schools, the participants are children. During COVID, we had several unhoused people living in the conservation area. Several homes were broken into. A woman was sexually assaulted. We had to call 911 for this. One man used a propane tank. Propane tanks are, I don't know, against the law in the park. set the naturalization on fire last fall. So this all occurred without an encampment. So I can only imagine what's going to happen if you put an encampment into the conservation area. This is a recreational area. It's used daily by a variety of people for a variety of reasons. I want to make the suggestion to you, Mr. Mayor, that you move this out of a residential area to the Irwin Street property. Change the setback and just put it to Irwin Street. You would make everyone happy. One of the citizens proposed a suggestion of putting fencing around for their safety. Maybe utilize that suggestion. Take the services to them. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. No one wants this in their backyard. And it has to do with the drugs and violence. And maybe I'm going to get this name wrong, but Renee Ginoli states that we, the homeowners, are the privileged and the loudest. But Rock and the municipality are discriminating against every citizen in the city. Under Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, we too have the right to life, liberty, and personal security. But since we are the privileged ones, perhaps when the city has a liability lawsuit launched against them by homeowners for damages, injuries, mental anguish, loss of property value, or when someone dies in the encampment on the municipal property, I could go on and on, perhaps then maybe you'll listen. Rock, you should be ashamed of yourselves for enabling this situation. On their website, you proudly state how you are a major distributor of naloxone for our community. That's disturbing and shameful. Not only do you provide the needles, you provide the medication to reverse an overdose. Admit what you are doing. You are just as responsible as these people are for their drug addiction. You are enabling the group for which you receive funding for. Stop changing the narrative to suit your purpose. There is a crisis occurring in this city. Stop saying it's all mental health issues. Oh my God, everyone has mental health issues. If you people are all up here stressing about this, that's a mental health issue. The issues that all of the residents on both sides of Grand Ave have with the encampments are the violence and the drug use, and what accompanies the drug use, the theft, the needles being left. I have already been informed by my daughter that my grandchildren will no longer be allowed at my home if the encampment is moved here for their safety. Now my life is impacted. But again, I'm among the privileged. The drug use, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, and everyone thinks this. The drug use is a them problem. It's not a me problem. Life is about choices, and that was a them choice, not a me choice. So stop making their choices to be on drugs my problem. You've been given suggestions. Please start listening to them. Thank you.
Next speaker is Renee Ginoli. On deck is Rob Enslin.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and community members. Wow, I've never been quoted so much in my life. I really have I'm not sure how I feel about that right now. Thank you once again for allowing me the privilege of speaking to you all and being the voice of so many community members who don't. This has been a long, hard path for so many of us, and I'm sure many of you share my concerns about how we decide to shape our community in situations such as this. So I want to begin with two messages. First of all, I want to talk about someone who we know with lived expertise who did want to come to speak in front of you all today. She is someone who many of you would call a success story, but because of the nature of the social media and how some have decided to try and vilify our work, she had to choose to do her deputation on Zoom with no camera. I want everybody to know that simply because of the responsibility we should all feel towards creating a safe community for everyone. This is someone who worked her butt off to make a new life. And now we must add a layer of, is it safe for one of your constituents to come here and speak? So I just wanted genuinely, I wanted everybody to think about that. The second message I just wanted to pass, with all the misinformation about being spread on, misinformation being spread on social media, if anyone here has a question about Rock, our work, our finances, what we do and why we do it, please just come and ask me. Me, the executive director, ask my board, ask, their names are listed on my website. We have an email where you can connect with them directly. That goes past me. If you don't believe what I say, that's fine too. It's interesting to me that so many people are having conversations about the work we do and how we do things, but not one person is called to talk to me. We're absolutely transparent in everything we do, and I'm always happy to discuss the work. Anyways, all of that being said, what do I want to specifically talk about tonight? So these exemptions, I know the motion that's on the table for tonight. I just simply want to tell you that what we, Rock, as your chosen team to do outreach for people experiencing homelessness would recommend if you asked us. One, the PUC site. It's still our top pick, and here's why. The location allows easy access for everyone, including fire and EMS and police and outreach teams. Also, there are many other community members visiting, bringing supplies and food and checking up on friends and family members. There's ample room for people to spread out a bit, unlike the previous location. And frankly, we've got people settled and most are trying to work together to make this sustainable until new solutions come forward. As I've stated before, we are working to keep this location cleaner. And let me be specific here. I never once said that you wouldn't find garbage. We've said that we're working with our friends to help it, to keep it cleaner. We have peers working with peers to keep specific sites picked up, and most people are responsive. Thames Grove, not what we would recommend, and here's why. It's not safe. The location would put many people out of reach of fire, EMS, and police. Your hired bylaw team that is coming into existence would spend the night wandering around in a bush. This is a floodplain, so when it floods, we're moving people again, and that just traumatizes them again. Putting the garbage bin and porta-johns out at a location close to them would be impossible, leading to less sanitation and cleanup. And finally, the water tower. It is definitely an option. I won't say no, but it's not the best option, and here's why. It is too far from services. Many people have called out that PUC is too far from services. This puts them almost 4 kilometers away from Rock, which is a 53-minute walk. And just to set the record straight, it's twice as far to Rock, which means right now it's about a 25-minute walk. Twice as far, 53 minutes. It's almost an hour to walk to us as per Google Maps. There's also no shade, and there's a worry with all the trucks going through, not cars or little looky-loos, trucks, big industrial-sized trucks. Lastly, I want to speak to Councillor Jumonville's motion, which I'm very grateful for. I very much anticipate what we can pull together as a community in this way. But what I will encourage everyone to remember is this. Substance use rarely causes homelessness. Substance use is a coping mechanism for many who are homeless. Here's a quote from the Homeless Hub. If any of you are actually interested in some really good data and research and information about homelessness, go to the Homeless Hub. Here's the quote. The relationship between substance use and homelessness is complex. While rates of substance use are disproportionately high amongst those experiencing homelessness, homelessness cannot be explained by substance use alone. The use of substances, I'm going to run out of time. I gave you the quote. It's in your emails. Sorry, please read it. I apologize. Thanks again, Council, for all your hard work. I appreciate you.
Next speaker is Rob Enslin. On deck is Stefan Schills.
Good evening, Mayor and Council of Chatham-Kent. I believe you're all humbled with this whole situation. It's a very difficult situation. However, there's some aspects of this thing that have been not quite addressed as much as they should. There's many aspects that have been addressed, such as the use of the park, what its function is, the positivity, the positive use of the park, the residents around, the impact it has on residents around the park. I myself live at 81 Woodland Ave, at the very end of Woodland Ave, adjacent to the conservation area. This area has been an area that I have come to enjoy, to seek peace, tranquility, refuge. The fact that I chose to live there is because the space behind my residence has been an incredible place for peace. In my line of work, refuge is good. I need to escape from the things that I deal with on a regular basis. As law enforcement, I've dealt with numerous cases in situations like this. However, these situations are all unique. And I realize that in many of these situations, you can isolate certain individuals or you can group them together as a general population of homelessness. My thinking is just is risk management. How can we manage the risk of what's happening in our backyard in the coming weeks if this so passes? I'm standing against it simply because we're kicking the can down the road. We're kicking it from one place to another. We're pitting neighborhoods against one another. We're taking residences of this great community and are impacting one another and becoming antagonistic with one another, all because we want the best for this community. We all have some things that we want to say and how it impacts us personally. With that said, I think the risk management component is that law enforcement and people who deal with mental crisis, mental illness crisis, are limited in some of their capacities in dealing with the individuals that we could potentially be dealing with as residents of this particular area. The fallout is incredibly real. There are risks to property owners, the risk to life and property, and the enjoyment and peace of living peacefully within this community is very real. We have been broken into 10 years ago by a violent, drug-addicted individual, and it created tremendous stress in our own home. This is only going to be compounded with the number of people that are potentially going to move into our backyard. This was one individual. We're looking at hundreds. And this situation is just going to arise to the point where what do we do as a council to prevent this from happening and to provide safety and security for all residences? Having said that, the urban property is a property that is isolated. However, it has amenities, it has areas, availability to supply the needs of the individuals who are going to be encamped in those areas. However, the emergency access is important, I get that. However, at the detriment of our neighbors and our neighborhoods, our family, our children who are put at risk, it can't happen. I have a chain link fence. I don't have a wooden fence. I drove by the Park Street site today and everything was boarded up. There was no access into this compound. This is boarded up for a reason. It's fortified. It's fortified only because they recognize the risk of what happens in those particular areas. We don't have boards as fences. We have chain link fences. Some of us don't have fences at all. And the potential of those who own property and the liabilities, situations of swimming pools, situations of having small children, situations of having dogs, pets, who could be subject to a violent act. I'm not immune to it. Violent act does happen. And de-escalating anything like that should not be put on the owners or the property owners of these properties. That's a law enforcement responsibility. However, these property owners could be faced and will be faced with a situation, as we saw in Lindsay only a week ago, where there's charges, where there's liabilities laid against property owners for protecting their property for whatever reason. That is not something we are prepared to deal with as residences. So I think we just need to remind ourselves that personal property and protection of ourselves as citizens of Chatham should be the key issue here. Relocating, there are options, but I think those options need to be seriously thought out and not put at risk to the residences. The park is surrounded by all kinds of residences and a river, and that's it. So, but there's no industry, there's no traffic anywhere going along there. I understand that. But there is a floodplain. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stefan Schills. On deck is Albert de Vogler.
Hello, council members. So I just want to start off by saying that I know this issue is not a council fix. It's not a mayor fix. It's not, just the members fix. This is a community problem and it requires a community solution. So let me be clear when I say it can be fixed. We have the tools, we have the resources, the evidence, and the examples of success. What we need now is the courage to act. And let's not confuse rules with barriers. That drives me crazy. Addiction is not a lifestyle choice or a character flaw. It's a disability recognized under the Ontario Human Rights Code, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Section 15 of our charter guarantees equality without discrimination, and that includes people with addictions. Yet today, in our own community, people with one of the most disabling brain diseases are being left to suffer and die in tents. We would never leave people with autism or dementia laying in their own bodily fluids, covered in ants, surrounded by garbage and toxins. We would not call that support. If a long-term care home did such a thing, the government would shut it down and criminal charges would follow. So why do we tolerate this type of treatment for addicts? Addiction changes the brain. Expecting someone in the depths of addiction to choose treatment is like expecting someone paralyzed from the neck down to stand up and walk. Ignoring this reality is not compassion, it's discrimination, and it's unlawful. I support shelters and outreach programs that work, much like in St. Thomas, the Inn. They've proved that real low-barrier shelters with beds, security, healthcare, housing workers, all under one roof, was impactful and immediate. Encampments vanished. Tents were cleared and a 24-hour bylaw was implemented and enforced. People with disabilities came inside with dignity and safety. And here's the eye-opener. That entire shelter runs on just $1.5 million a year with 23 paid staff members. Right now, we're already spending more than that on endless outreach, police and ambulance calls, ER visits, park cleanups, and damage repair. The Inn is not an experiment. It's not even just a theory. It's living proof that for less money than we're already wasting, we could actually solve the problem. Across Canada, Housing First with wraparound supports has shown the same success. When housing is paired with mental health and addictions care, people stabilize, landlords are protected, the entire communities start to recover. I wrote a very, very rough draft of a 90-day action plan based on this model, which would deliver the same results here in Chatham. I would be happy to sit down and discuss the plan when I have more than 5 minutes to talk. But here in Chatham-Kent, nearly $1 million has been handed to Rock Missions under the banner of helping the homeless. Yet people remain in tents, in filth, in danger. That is not compassion, that is betrayal. When you accept public money to act as a caregiver, you take on a duty of care. You don't pocket the grants while leaving people to rot. And that's why, as of today, I filed a human rights lawsuit against Rock Missions because their failure to provide care for our vulnerable is not just unacceptable, it's unlawful. And I will personally hold them accountable. Encampments mean lethal drugs, no sanitation, weapons, disease, fires, neighborhood tensions, public money sustaining street life. Low barrier shelters mean 24/7 staff, security, addiction, mental health care, housing support, community partners on site, tents cleared with real exits in place. The people in the encampment have a severe disability. The Human Rights Code requires accommodation. The Charter guarantees equality. The National Housing Strategy Act makes housing a human right. The models exist, the science is clear, the only thing missing is council's will to act. It is time to shut down the encampments, end the excuses, hold failed organizations accountable, and finally deliver the care and housing that the law and basic humanity demand. Every single day that you wait, people will die in this community. I have given a clear foundation for a solution. If you turn it away, then it will not be me who's questioning your leadership. It'll be the people you represent, and they will remember who chose to act and who chose to walk away.
Final speaker is Albert de Vogler.
Good evening. Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Albert. A little bit about myself. I am a Canadian certified peer support specialist. I will have been on my journey in sobriety for nearly 3 years. I am a peer, which is someone that lived experience in sobriety passing on my story, what it was like, what happened, what it is like today, openly and honestly. Fortunately, I had the right people around me that accepted me without judgment, peers. With their support and guidance, I was able to connect with the appropriate organizations that could help me. I volunteer in that capacity today with a number of facilities and organizations in Chatham-Kent, mostly in the addiction sector. After witnessing the last council meeting, I felt disturbed, perhaps even a little sad to realize that our society, our community, had become so cold-hearted and unempathetic towards their fellow man. These are people, sons, daughters, perhaps aunts, uncles, mothers, fathers, people that we have judged without empathy or compassion. We prefer to exclude and stigmatize them without even considering how or why they succumb to the disease of addiction or alcoholism. Alcohol use disorder, substance use disorder are diseases, non-discriminating, progressive, deadly diseases, recognized by the Canadian Medical Association, the World Health Organization, as well as others. The negativity towards rock seems considerably narrow-minded from my perspective. Peers supplying people in our community with the bare essentials of life, food, water, clothing, first aid supplies, etc. How can this be wrong? While fostering trust, true friendship, honesty, and respect along the way. When people are possibly at their lowest point in life, these traits are valuable. As I reflect back on my early sobriety, these things seemed to be lacking for me until I found peers. The Rock House supplies warm meals, human necessities. I had an issue with harm reduction until I realized for those with substance use disorder, having clean supplies only reduces the possibility of transmitting communicable diseases, which burdens healthcare, as well as overdose due to tainted equipment. The cost of preventing these are considerably less than treating the illness. First aid supplies can only reduce emergency room visits. People spreading half-truths and innuendos on social media only to mislead the public for their own personal agenda. This has to be done without fact-checking and lack of knowledge. Simple phone calls and honest investigation could have alleviated this. ROC does not forward people to rehab facilities or sober living. We guide the people interested to the appropriate organizations, the RAM Clinic, CMHA. Invading people's privacy by posting pictures and videos without their knowledge just to fulfill someone's personal agenda seems very un-Canadian. I thought we were polite and accepting as the world sees us. The community should be proud and stand up for ROC, for all the work they do. Health Canada, federal and provincial programs have seen fit to bestow grants on ROC to continue their work. Through their research, they have legitimized ROC's work in the community. The fact that many community organizations and businesses have supported and partnered with ROC proves to me they are an asset. Chatham-Kent EMS, CMHA. There are at least 30 more, but I only have 5 minutes here. In closing, I would like to point out, as one was mentioned at the last council meeting, we did not create this situation. The lack of foresight with the higher levels of government, the lack of social services, mental health and addictions, and affordable housing are all contributing along this line. Unfortunately for many, the consumption of drugs, alcohol seems to be the only way to mask their demoralizing situation. Through my research, I've learned our rehab facilities have been underfunded for years. There are waiting lists to get help. Sober living facilities are full as well. As a community, in the aftermath of these poor decisions, we have been tasked with attempting to find solutions. The topic at hand, the fate of our fellow man. As one councillor pointed out, we are amending this bylaw to the extent there will no longer be a suitable solution. A tad pathetic. The majority of these people did not consciously choose this lifestyle. Perhaps as a society, we should bear some responsibility for stigmatizing and ignoring this situation for so long. I pray we vote from our hearts with empathy and compassion for at least a temporary location. Time may reveal a more permanent solution. Not accomplishing this will only serve to disband these people throughout the city, forcing them to seek and find shelter wherever they can.
Thank you. We fully expect there will be a hearty, long discussion of this topic coming shortly, but there is one issue that we need to deal with that is time sensitive, And I'm going to pull that up, I'm going to go to a notice of motion that Councillor Harrigan has. So if I go to you, and Councillor Anderson will second, and then if we need to go vote 2/3 to bring it in and deal with it tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and appreciate the adjustments in the agenda. Whereas Chatham-Kent has recently been made aware of the discontinued class action lawsuit related to the Wheatley explosion, and whereas CK Council supports the residents, businesses, and community of Wheatley in their recovery, therefore be it resolved that Chatham-Kent advise its insurance companies that the municipality of Chatham-Kent waives the recuperation of $250,000 in insurance deductibles pertaining to the class action lawsuit, and that CK staff contact the insurance company about this subject and return to council to provide further information.
Councillor Anderson, will you second that?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we need to vote as council 2/3 to bring it up tonight. So any questions regarding this, just as far as bringing it in? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
So council, just a reminder, we need 2/3 vote to bring it to the floor. And Councillor Sakachi, how do you vote?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
Councillor Harrigan, go ahead, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm just wondering, for the benefit of members of the public, if through you, Dave Taylor is able to summarize the recent events related to the Wheatley class action lawsuit, and then I have some brief comments to make.
Certainly. Mr. Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dave Taylor, Director of Legal Services. So we just recently have learned that the individuals who had initiated a class action lawsuit flowing out of the emergency in Wheatley have decided to discontinue that class action lawsuit. And the significant reason for that, cited in the procedural hearing in the court matter, was because of the significant compensation and support services that had been provided, over $8 million to residents and businesses. So I think a good news story that the class action lawsuit is over, and also a reflection just of the significant effort that was done in supporting Wheatley, both around this table and at the province, really stepping up and providing significant funding towards working towards a solve on that situation. There has been a number of questions that have come forward flowing from an indication that the municipality is actually seeking to recover legal costs against the persons who were called representative plaintiffs. So in class actions, you get persons who are representative plaintiffs. They're the ones who bring forward a particular portion of a class action lawsuit as kind of the representative for that group, for that portion of the class. And the piece we really wanted to clarify is that that is not a decision. This idea to seek legal costs against those persons, that's not a decision that was made by municipal administration and not a decision made by municipal council. That's not a decision that we get to make. It's because when a lawsuit like this happens, Chatham-Kent has to pay the first $250,000 under our insurance policy, but above that, the costs are paid by the municipality's insurance company. And so with that payment of those costs, it's also the insurance company that gets to make a decision about major steps in the litigation, including whether to seek legal costs. It becomes a little bit confusing for citizens because when an insurance company is taking those steps, they're still doing it in the name of the insurance, or the insured person, in this case, the municipality. And so in the court records, it says Chatham-Kent is seeking these legal costs, but actually it's the insurance company standing in the shoes of Chatham-Kent because they paid this money out. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear to citizens who may have heard about this, that this is not a decision that council made or gets to make or administration gets to make. It's an insurance company decision because of the fact that the insurance company paid these costs to defend the lawsuit. And so what this motion here does, that Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Anderson are proposing, is at least cover the portion that Chatham-Kent does have control over, which is, do we want to try to get that $250,000 back and just waive that to be clear? But that still allows the insurance company potentially to try to seek their money spent. The second portion of the motion, as I understand here, certainly we can do that as administration, which is to reach out to the insurance company, gather whatever information we can, and return to council. We've just really learned about this in the last week or so.
Councillor Harrigan?
Thank you for that background, Dave, and just through the mayor. I just want to note quickly that since the emergency explosion of Wheatley, Chatham-Kent Council has stepped up to really support this town and community and all of its residents in the recovery. Throughout the summer months, we've had some advancements and even some setbacks, and we've continued to see that support. So I think that it's critical to bring this motion forward at this time. We really only found out about this through the media, and so this motion does dispel some of the potential myths out there or reactions that the community members might have. I think it's important, as Dave mentioned, to know that this was not a decision of council. This is not something that council decided to do in a back room somewhere, and then people are just finding about it now. As a council, we, and I hope with the support of my colleagues, we are going to continue to support Wheatley and do everything we do. This is the most that we can do right now as we're learning and understanding what's happening. And certainly as we receive more information, I expect that we would continue to provide all of the support that we can. So really appreciate my council colleagues for allowing us to bring this to the front of the agenda tonight, and know that it reassures a large number of community members.
Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, and through you, I echo everything that Councillor Harrigan has said, and I definitely appreciate Mr. Taylor providing us with as much information as he can for us to try to understand what's happening here. I think ultimately, I'll echo what Councillor Harrigan said in the fact of there's been no doubt that there's been unanimous support from this council administration, also the province, in supporting this community, and moving forward, we will continue with hope that will continue to happen. This is just unfortunately something that we don't really have all that much control over, and it's not a council decision that gets to be made, or I'm sure that it would be a very easy decision for all of us. So I look forward to this going to vote tonight, and what we can get back from the legal team for moving forward of what the plan is. Thanks.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sakachi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
We'll go to the consent agenda.
On the consent agenda this evening, we will pull the following reports. Item 13A, the 2024 audited financial statements. We have a presentation by Brock Priddle, Manager of Corporate Accounting. We have item 14A, Parks and Recreation Master Plan Update. We have a presentation by Ian Clark, Manager of Parks, Recreation and Cemeteries. Item 15A, the Chatham-Kent Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw, pulled by Councillor Finn. And the motion by Councillor Jubenville establishing a treatment facility in support of housing center, pulled by Councillor Jubenville and Councillor Doyle. Therefore, remaining on the consent agenda to be approved in one motion are the following: 13B, C, D, E, 14B, C, 15B.
Councillor Allen and Councillor Bondi, can I get you to, Councillor Allen and Councillor Doyle, can I get you to move this, please?
Happy to move it. I will second that.
Any questions? Councillor Anderson?
Yep, I just wanted to mention super quickly that my motion for the Legion will be going through consent agenda today, so I want to thank all of council for approving that unanimously through here, and it's a really massive win for the community of Wheatley and for the Legion, and we'll definitely get things going for them a lot faster, so thank you so much.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sakachi?
Yes.
McGregor? All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0.
Item 13, Finance, Budget, Information, Technology, and Transformation.
13A, 2024 audited financial statements.
Good evening. My name is Brock Priddle. I'm the Manager of Corporate Accounting, and tonight I'll be giving a brief presentation on our 2024 audited financial statements. 2024 was the third year of our 5-year audit contract with MNP. Chatham-Kent received an unqualified audit opinion, meaning that MNP has concluded that our financial statements present fairly the results of Chatham-Kent's operations and its financial position according to generally accepted accounting principles. During tonight's presentation, I'll provide a brief overview of our financial statements and items of interest, including debt, reserves, accrual versus cash accounting, our financial position, and then our CFO, Gord Quinton, will be providing some comments. Chatham-Kent's consolidated financial statements consist of 5 fully consolidated boards and commissions, including the Library, Police, Public Utilities Commission, Public Health, and Drainage, along with 1 government business entity, Integris. In accordance with public sector accounting standards, the consolidated financial statements must include the following 4 statements. The statement of financial position, also known as the balance sheet, includes a listing of the municipality's assets, liabilities, and accumulated surplus. The statement of operations and accumulated surplus, commonly referred to as the income statement, is comprised of Chatham-Kent's revenues and expenses. The statement of changes in net financial assets include capital asset transactions, as well as changes in other financial assets. And finally, the statement of cash flows is simply a record of our sources and uses of cash. We've highlighted the following items of interest on our financial statements. In 2024, we sold 3 investments of principally guaranteed equity-backed notes, which netted a gain of $2.3 million. Chatham-Kent had an interest-bearing note receivable from Integris dating back to October of 2000. This note was paid in full December 20th, 2024. And lastly, our debt has decreased by $9.8 million, which I will discuss over the next few slides. The municipality's outstanding long-term debt totals $18.8 million. $11.6 million is related to the Public Utilities Commission, and these debt payments are funded through water and sewer rates. $2.3 million is covered by senior government funding, which leaves $4.9 million to be funded by the general tax base, which equates to roughly $47 of tax-funded debt per resident of Chatham-Kent. As shown in this graph, the municipality continues to aggressively pay down our debt, reducing our debt load from $161 million in 2010 to under $19 million in 2024. If the municipality does not incur any new debt, this will be further reduced to $13 million by the end of 2025. The Public Utilities Commission is represented in blue, and it has decreased from $89 million in 2010 to $12 million in 2024. Municipal general tax base and other senior government funded debts, represented in green, have decreased from $72 million in 2010 to $7 million in 2024. This graph depicts the trend in our reserve balances. It is reflective of our net contributions to reserves, which are the contributions into reserve less the use of those reserves. In 2024, our reserves continued to grow, increasing our reserve to debt ratio to 17.6 to 1, meaning for every $1 of debt, we have $17.60 in reserves. This is up from a ratio of 0.4 to 1 in 2010. In 2024, our reserves increased by $29 million, and our operating expenses increased by $21 million. As a result, our total reserves as a percentage of expenses increased from 73% in 2023 to 76% in 2024. This financial indicator shows us how much money is set aside to meet our future needs. The increase in reserves can be used to assist council with meeting their strategic objectives and provide the ability to fund major capital projects while incurring little to no further debt. For this financial indicator, anything above 20% is considered low risk. As per public sector accounting standards, Chatham-Kent needs to present our financial statements on an accrual basis. This slide displays the reconciliation from our 2024 accrual surplus to our cash deficit. As an example, on an accrual basis, amortization of capital assets is recorded as an expense, whereas on the cash basis, amortization is not a cash outlay, and the cash outlay is at the time when the asset is purchased. Chatham-Kent's annual budget is prepared on a cash basis, as we're concerned with the amount of cash we receive and how we intend to spend those funds in the year. Our financial statements, conversely, are prepared on an accrual basis to ensure we are in compliance with the aforementioned standards. The municipality's 2024 cash deficit of $1.1 million is due largely to expenses related to the fire at the 99 McNaughton Ave housing complex. Net financial assets is measured as financial assets less total liabilities. A positive net financial asset number indicates the amount of resources available for future needs. A negative number, or net debt, would indicate the amount of future revenue that's required to pay for past spending decisions. Our $335 million net financial asset position indicates that our assets exceed our liabilities, and hence our past transactions are not negatively impacting our future revenue requirements. This increased by $25 million from 2023. This graph highlights the trend of Chatham-Kent's net financial position. Chatham-Kent was in a net debt position prior to 2014, and as you can see, it has improved to a strong net financial asset position, increasing by $404 million since 2010. And now I'll turn it over to our CFO, Gord Quinton, for his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer, and just want to provide some brief comments. I know we have a busy night, so I'll try to keep them really quick. This is an excellent balance sheet, as Brock has gone through. Keep in mind what's on the horizon. We're probably going to borrow through the next council, probably approximately $800 million of debt as we work through PUC master plans, recreation master plans that are on tonight's agenda as well, transportation master plans, fire master plans, advances in storm water work. We'll next meeting be talking about advancing gravel road conversion. There's a lot of debt on the horizon, and our balance sheet will look very different based on where we're headed. The great news is we have lots of room for debt. How the province monitors debt and under our own debt strategies, we're able to accommodate that debt, mainly under existing rate plans and tax plans. So it's good news where we're at now. It might even be greater news at 2025 year end, a year from now, but the debt is coming as we replace our aging assets. Thanks.
Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'd just like to give a note of appreciation as chair at the audit committee to Brock, Matt, Gord, and their teams. Time and time again, we are provided a lot of positive feedback about the efficiency of the team, how easy they are to work with, and how whenever our auditors have questions, they are very quick to give them the information that they need. So I just wanted to congratulate them on another successful audit and thank our audit committee members for being so engaged in the audit process. And if you need somebody to move, I'd happily move the recommendation that our audited financial statements be approved.
Excellent. Councillor Thompson, you second this, please?
Happy to.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sakachi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Item 14, infrastructure and engineering services.
14A, Parks and Recreation Master Plan Update. We have a presentation by Ian Clark, Manager of Parks, Recreation, and Cemeteries.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff and Council. I'm Ian Clark, Manager of Parks, Recreation, and Cemeteries. Happy to provide you with an update on some of the draft recommendations that will be included in the upcoming Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which we'll be bringing to the public in a few weeks' time. So the update to the master plan was a strategic directive identified by this term of council. Our previous plan was updated 15 years ago. This will be a fairly impactful document, including driving future amendments to the official plan, impacts to our next background study on development charges, the forthcoming mobility master plan. It'll also be a key driver of our asset management plan, prioritizing direction on renewals, acquisitions, and divestment. It'll also impact operational strategies, how we activate our parks and facilities on a day-to-day basis to ensure they're used in a manner that serves the greatest community benefit. So I expect trickle-down impacts on things like our allocation policy and future user fee framework. This project kicked off last summer. We've had 2 open house engagement sessions thus far with the public, received more than 400 surveys from residents, stakeholders, and some of our user groups. Our next step is a final open house session on September 23rd, where all recommendations will be available for review and comment. The final master plan is expected to be before council this November. So through our consultation activities, we built our recommendations around a vision with 4 strategic pillars. We envision by 2035, our parks and recreation system will be adaptable, able to respond to evolving needs of a growing and diversifying population, sustainable, both financially and through environmental stewardship, inclusive, both in terms of the built environment, as well as programming opportunities for those with a wide range of needs, and connected, fostering a greater sense of ownership through better engagement with groups and a consistent and rationalized level of service across Chatham-Kent. So on September 23rd, we'll be providing for public review more than 80 recommendations, including policy directives, capital, operating, and program strategy, along with an implementation plan which includes funding and timelines all the way through 2035. The focus of today's presentation is limited to some of the more impactful capital developments which are being included in the draft plan. So we've identified needs and service gaps across communities in Chatham-Kent. We've attempted to prioritize projects that will impact all corners of our community. This master plan provides a framework for all of our priorities so the members of the public can see how their project of interest fits into an all-encompassing vision. The direction council takes on our arenas will be among the most impactful, both visibly and financially, to our parks and recreation system. After several years of declining use, there's been a notable increase in ice demand coming out of the pandemic. We forecast a continued need for 10 ice pads through 2035, which is what we currently have spread out across 10 independent arenas. One-pad arenas improve geographic distribution, which is important for many residents. However, they're financially inefficient and they lack hosting capacity for some of the larger programs and tournaments demanded by our user groups. Council will also soon be faced with multi-million-dollar investment decisions to maintain the status quo. Some of our facilities require entire roof system replacements, new concrete floors, parking lots, and major ice plant components. Significant investments to keep these facilities operating, but they will not address some of the modernization and capacity gaps that we're hearing from the community throughout this study. So when faced with major arena repairs, council currently has the option to fund the repairs as required and maintain our 10-pad inventory, or close the facility and reduce our inventory. The recommended strategy of the master plan is to put council in a position where another option exists to close an aging facility but maintain ice pad inventory in a manner that's more financially sustainable and meets the modern facility requirements coming from the community. Co-location of competition level facilities is a recurring theme throughout the master plan due to strong demand from user groups, greater operational efficiency, and to keep pace with similar developments in other municipalities. We're specifically recommending the divestment of Chatham Memorial and Erickson Arena, and the 2 ice pads there will be co-located at a new location, a multi-use recreation center, which I'll speak more of shortly. Other arenas are not specifically recommended for closure in the master plan. However, as we face major repair needs, administration will bring forward a business case for council to consider the option of further co-location of those ice pads so we can maintain that inventory into the future. While the plan stresses the benefits of further co-location of ice pads, whether it be a total of 3 or 4 ultimately at this new location, we do propose that council consider to maintain a minimum geographic distribution of ice pads over the long term so we can maintain an equitable yet sustainable coverage throughout the community. Our assessment of pools identified that we're over-serviced in outdoor pools. We operate 7 for 2-month stretches each summer. However, we estimate 4 outdoor pools will satisfy seasonal demand and remain comparable with other jurisdictions. There's also strong demand for year-round indoor pool access, specifically in Chatham. Our strategy recommends in the short term that we secure public access hours at the Chatham YMCA to help meet this indoor pool demand. We would then divest Chatham's JC Pool. A municipal indoor pool is recommended to be co-located with the 2 new ice pads at the proposed multi-use recreation facility, after which time we could divest Chatham's Walter Hawkins Pool, which is located on the same property as Erickson Arena. We further recommend the divestment of an additional outdoor pool by way of a future business case triggered through major repair, consistent inability to maintain operating hours, or where revenue recovery targets cannot be achieved. So for Council's information, I'll briefly summarize some of the major capital project recommendations to be taken to the open house in a few weeks' time. Our largest project by far is intended to address several gaps, several priorities in the master plan, from replacing aging facilities, an increase in indoor recreation opportunities, new types of recreation opportunities, and an increase in tournament-ready sport facilities. We propose a minimum of an 80-acre property be secured for this multi-use recreation center, featuring an initial 2 ice pads from the divested Memorial and Erickson Arena, with the aforementioned opportunity for further ice pads should council choose that option in lieu of costly repairs or reducing our overall inventory. The center would have a gymnasium, the previously mentioned indoor pool, and an indoor artificial pitch. It would also see 4 new outdoor multi-use fields to accommodate the growth of soccer and improve tournament hosting opportunities. 80 acres would allow for future facility development or expansion as may be necessary to adapt to further growth or newly identified opportunities throughout the master plan's planning horizon. The $160 million estimated cost is largely unfunded. However, Council has set aside more than $2 million so far in anticipation for a large project like this, which would allow for initial steps to take place when so directed. We're also recommending a new 20-acre property be secured to construct a modern 4-diamond complex necessary to reduce reliance on school board property currently accommodating softball and baseball in South Kent, and to keep pace with growing demand for those sports. Estimated cost of $17 million and a targeted completion at the end of the master plan's planning horizon in 2035. This project is also currently unfunded. Major priority is the continued development of the St. Clair College Community Park. Phase 2 will start in the next few months, including basketball courts, pickleball courts, an inclusive playground, and washroom building. The next phase will include another multi-use field and a cricket pitch. The project is mostly funded thus far, and we expect completion by 2027. The Waltzburg Southside Secondary Plan, already adopted by Council, features a new waterfront parkland and parkland along the railway coordinator facilitating active transportation opportunities. This project is currently unfunded, and the conceptual design is not yet started, but its advancement is a recommended priority project with an estimated cost of $4.5 million and a targeted 2034 completion. The Wheatley Downtown Park, identified in the Wheatley Downtown Urban Visioning Plan, is already in the conceptual design phase. It's envisioned as a new space for passive recreation and community events. Provincial funding is available to begin the detailed design phase later this year. However, the municipal capital portion is currently unfunded. This is an estimated $2 million cost and a target 2031 completion date. Lastly, this is a significant renovation project that was put on Council's radar 2 years ago. This included a mandated conversion of our only Freon-based ice plant to a natural refrigerant plant and the complete replacement of the refrigerated floor. Newly identified in the master plan is a need to incorporate an elevator into the project scope to improve overall facility accessibility and to better activate the second floor event space. This is now an estimated $3.6 million project with a completion in 2029. Partial funding is available in our life cycle reserves, and we are pursuing grant opportunities. Other proposed capital projects will be taken to the public on September 23rd, and they're outlined in Council's report. Prioritization wasn't only responding to the service gaps and identified needs by the public, but also where those priority needs had a credible path to capital financing, such as partnerships with the community. Proposed partnership examples include new or renewed play equipment in several parks, pickleball court development, and the proposed accessible Dreamfield Ball Diamond, which will be returning to council with very soon on next steps. The next steps for this project, no action is required tonight from council. All master plan recommendations, including capital, operational, and policy, will be available for review and public comment at the open house on September 23rd at the Bradley Center. Feedback will shape the final report, which will be brought to council for adoption this coming November. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you. I appreciate the report coming forward and providing a little scope on recreation needs in Chatham-Kent. Certainly something that when you spend much time in arenas or ball diamonds, you hear quite a bit about. Just two quick questions. I understand this is going out for public consultation. We're going to hear a lot more back about this. We're certainly not debating every component tonight by any means. But with respect to the Blenheim Arena in particular, that project, as well as the YMCA agreement for indoor access to a pool, do those happen outside of the master plan as well? Because those are fairly immediate needs, and just thinking about upcoming hockey seasons and in the near future, municipal programming and at indoor pools.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Caniff. There's actually a few questions, or there's a few projects that we've identified in the master plan that have already gotten started, including conversations with the YMCA, and we've already started scoping out the Blenheim Arena project as directed by council a couple years ago. So part of this exercise was to make sure we're still allocating time to some of those projects already directed by council.
Great, and I just wanted to clarify that those were things that we had already discussed and we're moving towards. So regardless of how we go with the master plan, there's still some assurance that those projects are taken care of. Appreciate the presentation and look forward to the public consultation. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So through the mayor, I have a few questions. I sent them in advance, and so I hope you were able to take a look at them this morning. The first is, and I'm thinking specifically about the community of Wheatley, but can you explain how community infrastructure kind of adds and changes within the plan? So for example, the downtown park in Wheatley obviously wouldn't have been on the previous master plan, right? Because at that point it was not owned by the municipality. And how might this work if other communities face recreational infrastructure projects or recreational infrastructure needs that are maybe outside of their control?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the idea of a master plan is to have a consistent long-term vision that would allow us to allocate resources as necessary over that long term. That's not to say a master plan is etched in stone. Ultimately, we take direction from council. So there's always going to be emerging priorities or new opportunities that you may want to take advantage of over the next 10 years. The idea of having the master plan is that we have our priorities that we're going to resource towards. Should new direction be given by council, we would then have a baseline to point to say, all right, this is now a priority from council. This is the resources we're going to divert from to achieve this.
Great, thank you. And then I know you had mentioned the September 23rd event, but how can the master plan be supported by user groups and recreational clubs and organizations across Chatham-Kent?
Yeah, thank you. The number one is to participate in the process, as many groups have already, and September 23rd will just be yet another opportunity. I will say a big driver of these projects was the partnerships that were brought to us by some of these organized groups. There's always opportunity for that. Some of the timelines that will be proposed in the master plan may not sit well with some groups, but we'll be able to expedite some of those timelines with further funding partnerships. So that's another opportunity. Also say always take advantage of the engagement opportunity. So we're making some internal staffing changes right now that will allow us to better reach out to these groups on a proactive basis to better understand their capital needs and how we can alter our operations to fit the programming that they want to do. So.
Great, thank you. Looking forward to the 23rd.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Crew.
Mayor Caniff, thank you again for the presentation. I know the community is going to like to finally get their hands on this so they can have some community engagement. I guess the only question I kind of had from reviewing the presentation is in regards to the potential of a new arena complex in Chatham. So when we're talking about that many years, the next reports that you bring, is there going to be a threshold that yourself and your team are going to be working for? Because we all know that the aging infrastructure at Erickson as well as Memorial, is there going to be like a threshold of a failure that if we're looking at potentially divesting, and what's that going to look like? Is there going to be potential, I guess, plans in place to, if there is a large failure, because, you know, some of these buildings that we were talking about, whether it be Chatham or in Blenheim and South Kent, are some of our most heavily utilized, you know, pieces of infrastructure, especially in the wintertime. So just wanted to see kind of if those reports are also going to have contingency plans that would kind of let us pivot if there is significant repairs required.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Within the draft master plan right now, we are proposing a threshold of $2 million in major repair, in which we would ask council to consider the possible relocation of that ice pad. In the interim, we are expecting upwards of 10 years before this new facility may be open, and we could be faced with some of those decisions. We've had to put contingency plans in place before when arenas go down. We know with the Blenheim renovation project, we will be down in arena for up to an entire season. And so we'll be working with our user groups across all 10 arenas to try to make some reasonable choices on how the remaining inventory can be spread across so they can continue with their programming.
Because I know it's a busy night. Regarding the grants and the funds that are available, I know that we have a great team that is always working hard to go through the application process. But I know that the Blenheim Arena, I think it's been turned down maybe twice or once for sure, but I think twice. And I'm just curious to see when the rationale is being responded back. Is it just simply the letter that we're providing our information package, or is there an additional communication to you guys behind the scenes in regards to why, you know, communities like Blenheim that fit perfectly within the structure of the application and the grants, you know, what they're for, is missing the mark?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Yes, we've been declined 2 grant opportunities we submitted for that specific project. The response we got in both is that these were highly competitive grants that lots of municipalities are applying for. We do reach out for further feedback where we can on what can help us put it in a stronger position. We have recently completed a GHG reduction net zero study specifically on the Blenheim Arena that can better align that project with our net zero goals. And we're told that can help us in future grant opportunities that are aligned with that type of environmental direction.
Just want to really commend, you know, Edward and yourself and your entire team, whether it be Rob Pollock or you know, 7 years ago to right now, how far we've come. I know that there's not shovels in the ground, but how far we've come from an actual dedicated plan and you know, a systematic approach to these things, I think is night and day. And I really appreciate all the dedication that's going into your team, because I know that undertaking a huge, significant recreational master plan like this is significant. We have a huge geographical area, and I just wanted to commend the entire team for advancing us to in a place that we can at least start thinking about making those hard decisions about funds and where we're going to invest in what communities. Thank you.
Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, Ian. I know this is a lot of people and community groups are looking forward to this master plan. So just quickly, September 23rd, and you said it's at the Bradley Center. So how will people find out besides this, but I'm sure not everyone's watching tonight, but will it be in the newspapers? And do you have to go to that open house to have input? Is it going to be on Let's Talk or, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kenneth. There will be a media release issued tomorrow, officially announcing it. We also have a distribution list that we've collected over the course of the project that we'll send to directly to notify them of the opportunity. If you can't make it to the open house, we will be posting those recommendations as well on Let's Talk, and there'll be an opportunity to provide some feedback through that as well.
Okay, just so that we know what groups can expect. So there's recommendations that will be publicly displayed and getting input, and we already have a lot of input from community groups as well.
Yeah, so it'll be an open house scheduled between 4:30 and 7:30. You can drop in anytime. Staff will be there to answer questions, and there'll be boards placed around the room communicating those recommendations.
And it will be on Let's Talk?
We will post the boards on Let's Talk as well if you cannot make it to the September 23rd section.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thanks, Ian. Just a quick question with Walter Hawkins and JC. It says divest. So what do we do with them? I've never seen a municipal pool close? Like divest, like sell, or just like fill in? Turn into, I don't know. That would be the question.
Thanks. The details of how we would do it aren't fleshed out in the master plan, but the idea is that we would close the facility so we wouldn't incur those operating expenses any longer. I'm not sure if it makes sense on those specific properties to try to sever that parcel, but there could also be some other type of asset that we would want to build in that place that's aligned with the master plan direction.
Right, so just close them is sort of the plan. Yeah, and I get it. I remember as a kid, I used to lifeguard at Orville Wright, and it was really busy.
Yeah.
We had afternoon and night swims, and Marjorie would remember that, and not so much anymore. So, which is kind of sad. Kids don't seem to be swimming, but I can see why you're doing it. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no other questions, that was just an information report, so I don't need anybody to move it. I will move on to item 15, Health and Human Services.
A, Chatham-Kent's Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw. Sorry, if I can just have Councillor Crew make her announcement.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm declaring a conflict on 15A. Kim Crew is my daughter-in-law, and on the advice of the Integrity Commissioner, she advised that I declare a conflict on Kim's report out of an abundance of caution. Thank you.
We have Kim Crew here to do a presentation. Go ahead.
There we go. Okay. Thank you. Good evening. As Judy said, my name is Kim Crew. I'm the Director of Housing Services with the municipality. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak with you once again tonight, outline a little bit about where we are with our current encampment protocol, and outline some options going forward. As we all know, homelessness and encampments continue to grow across Ontario. In Chatham-Kent, we are committed to responding with care, equity, and within the limits of the law. Our goal continues to ensuring the rights and needs of unsheltered individuals are considered alongside our community safety and well-being. To give some background, an encampment committee was established in our community when it was recognized that the reality of people sleeping outdoors was here to stay. Municipal staff, along with community partners and consultants from Orco Consulting, who are experts in the field of homelessness, developed a protocol that was felt would best represent our community. Part of this planning process was communicating and learning from neighboring communities and communities that were most comparable to Chatham-Kent. Determining a balance between the rights of those unsheltered and the community is difficult. We do want families to feel safe in their homes and in their neighborhoods. We do want people to have the supports and services that they need to get better. We do want proper and adequate housing and treatment facilities for everyone who needs it when they need it. We also think encampments are not the solution. We've told you about frozen social assistance rates, the increasing cost of living. We've advocated for more funding from the provincial and federal government to bring supportive housing to our community. We know the strain of increased taxes and what that would do to our already strained communities. So what do we do? Knowing that people sleeping and living outdoors isn't going away, the protocols were developed as a tool to guide their placement. Administration originally brought forward the Municipal Encampment Protocol on June 10th of 2024. At that time, Council unanimously approved the report adopting the protocol as presented. Guidelines were established with distances that were intended to protect the citizens of Chatham-Kent that are in homes and those without homes. We were cognizant of the evolving case law that prevented the municipality from banning encampments or not providing public land for sheltering. We as a community do not have enough shelter spaces to support the growing population of individuals experiencing homelessness, and as a result, needed to ensure that our protocol did not eliminate all options for individuals. The distances on this slide were not randomly chosen. They were chosen after consideration for the spaces available in our community that would be continued to be eligible for sheltering. At the July 28th, 2025 Council meeting, discussing the relocation of the encampment from Thames Street and homelessness in general in Chatham-Kent, administration was asked to return with a report that would inform the protocols with identified locations that fit within suggested increased setback radiuses of 25 meters, 50 meters, and 100 meters from habitable residences and businesses. We were also asked to include setbacks of 25 meters from construction sites and 10 meters from paths. Administration also considered various service provisions that would be required at an encampment and considered the legal and logistical feasibility. In addition to that ask, and I know this slide is busy, but wanted to show, other motions from July 28th on the screen were also passed. A number of these are continuing to be worked on and will be returning to council as directed when we are completed. What we did return with on August 11th was a number of properties for consideration. Option 1 was 325 Grand Ave East, the PUC property. This map on the far left shows all setbacks, including the current protocol. This was in the council package on August the 11th. So as you can see, the yellow area was the original encampment protocol. The blue area on the screen, I realize that even though this large, it's small to see. The blue area, which is the 100-meter setback, is actually on top of the PUC buildings. So there is only sheltering available at this Grand Ave East location should the 25-meter setback be acceptable. The 50-meter setback is represented in purple on that picture. Actually, I have a pointer. This area is actually covered in buildings, so in fenced-in municipal or PUC lot. This area back here, where is the purple, which would also be the 50-meter area, there is no tents currently there. We have stopped them right at the edge of this building where there is a windsock that navigates or that indicates when chlorine, where the wind blows, for if there's a chlorine leak. Option number 2 that we presented was the water tower in the middle, 545 Irwin Street. Again, at a 100-meter setback, this property is not an option. You can see that there's no even blue on this map as it just didn't allow for that. There would only be sheltering in this place with either the 50 or 25-meter setbacks, but to note, the 50-meter, which is this purple area, is half comprised of the actual water tower and half comprised of the driveway where all the trucks come in. Option 3 was the Thames Grove area, the far right of your screen. This site would have sheltering space available with all setbacks, however, has a recreational sports course throughout the property that makes it violate the protocols. It is important to note that the municipality's protocol and jurisdiction only applies to municipal property. The municipality has no authority to make rules about how federally owned or provincially owned lands can be used or occupied. What did happen on August 11th is that council voted to change the guidelines in the protocol. The amended guidelines are up on the screen. 100 meters away from residences and businesses, 25 meters from construction sites, 10 meters from recreational paths, ensuring that tents are still located 2 meters apart, that bylaw officers may also be tasked with encampment-related bylaw issues from private property, that administration was directed to not purchase any sanctioned encampment property, and that we would return to report costs of enforcement, mitigation, and to support of other senior levels of government asking for that support. There was one motion that was defeated on August 11th, and that was that council direct administration to close or adjust recreation amenities that are inconsistent with the protocols outlined in the motion. So what does that mean? That means that there are no viable locations in the city of Chatham proper, and we don't think that there will be in the rest of Chatham-Kent either, based on the criteria that was listed in the previous slide that would allow for outdoor sheltering. At the end of the last meeting, council deferred the report to tonight so that we can continue this very important conversation. We recognize that council has a few options to consider tonight on how to best move forward, and to assist in that process, administration has outlined a few of these options for consideration. One is to consider portions of property that might be appropriate. As an example, the Thames Grove Conservation Area. You can see on the map on the left of your screen, this shows all setback measurements. So yellow was laid down first. Where's my little clicker? Yellow was outlined first, and that was the original encampment protocol that showed all of the sheltering that would have been available on this property. Then we laid on the different setbacks. So red is the 25 meters, purple is the 50 meters, and blue is the 100 meters. The second map to the right is what we would propose as a suggested area for exemption from the setback distances that were adopted in the protocol on August 11th. What that would mean is that we would recommend, if this is a consideration, that only this area of Thames Grove be allowable for outdoor sheltering, that specific area would be exempted from the protocol. Another option, option 2, would be the PUC at McGeorge, the current encampment location. Again, the map on the left shows all setback measurements. So again, we use the same color coding. Yellow is laid down first, and that was the current, or the original, sorry, not current, the original protocol. Then we overlaid red as 25 meters, purple of 50 meters, and then blue of 100 meters. Our recommendation, should this be an interest of council, is that we only exempt from the protocol this square area here. This would be almost 140 meters from this subdivision back here, and there is 16 meters of uninhabited old rail line, which is fenced on both sides on that area. As you can see from the original map on the side, the setbacks at 100 meters are non-existent, that's where buildings are, and purple would not work either, meaning 50 meters is also not an acceptable location. So 25 meters is the only setback that would work at this location. The third one is the PUC water tower on Irwin Street. Again, as I indicated before, there is no option for a 100-meter setback on this property, it's just not large enough. And the 50-meter setback wouldn't work as it stands, as again, the water tower is right in the middle and the cul-de-sac. What we would propose is that there is an area on this property, but doesn't impact the actual water tower and doesn't impact the roundabout where trucks turn. So as administration, if this property is considered, we would recommend the back portion only to be allowable for outdoor sheltering. The other option that council can consider tonight is a motion to reconsider. So reconsidering the setbacks of the protocol that was passed on August 11th is an option. If that happens tonight, a motion to reconsider means a motion which proposes to amend or cancel a previous decision of council. A motion for reconsideration shall require the support of 2/3 majority of members present. If this is achieved, the motion is brought back to the floor for discussion. A motion may be reconsidered provided that a member who voted with the majority of the original motion moves for reconsideration of the motion. A member that was absent for the original vote cannot bring a motion forward to reconsider. And it's important to note that a motion may only be reconsidered once within every 12 months. So I gave you the options of exemption potential properties, and again, if council chooses not to consider any kind of reconsideration of what was passed on August 11th, then there is opportunity to exempt select municipal properties or portions of those properties from the protocol as it stands. If that is in the interest of council, we would recommend that these spaces only be exempted from the sections of the protocol that would prohibit their compliance, namely the 100-meter setback from any business or private property line. And as an example, if Thames Grove was a property under consideration, the recreation part would apply also. We don't know what this means for the rest of Chatham-Kent. We've only looked at Chatham proper, keeping in mind that this will impact our smaller communities in Chatham-Kent, and additional areas in those communities might also need to be considered for exemption. We would bring that back to council at a later date once we've had opportunities to review all properties in other communities. I added this slide in because I don't want us to get past this. The actual recommendations from the August 11th report are up on the screen as follows. We did recommend on August 11th to approve a bylaw that would allow us to use Schedule A, which is the actual protocol, as the encampment response, and be able to enforce those protocol through bylaw. Without bylaw approval, our protocol is just that, a protocol. The second recommendation from the August 11th report was to approve single sourcing enforcement through Royal Protective Services. The actual protocol guidelines, like I indicated, are a separate voting matter. So passing this bylaw as Schedule A would only be the bylaw. Protocols are separate. So where do we go from here? Administration is waiting and looking for direction from council on the protocols, the enforcement of the protocols, the adoption of a suggested bylaw. But I wanted to lay things out pretty clearly for everyone here tonight. If there is no reconsideration, and if council does not wish to exclude properties from specific setbacks within the past encampment protocol, we do not have any location outdoors for individuals to shelter. We also do not have available and accessible housing solutions for everyone. The outcome then will be that individuals living outdoors do not have access to sheltering options. As we know, courts have ruled that removal of encampments without available housing can violate charter rights. Housing services, along with our outreach partners, will continue engagement attempts with individuals sheltering outdoors with the intent to connect them to appropriate supports and services. Enforcement of the protocol or bylaw will be difficult or impossible, as we have no alternative location to suggest or encourage people to relocate to. Bylaw enforcement, if approved and established, would be able to ticket individuals, but not physically remove them from the property. Efforts would be concentrated in chasing individuals from public land, but with no real solution. It is fair to assume that there will be no change to the current encampment location simply based on lack of options for people. If council does exclude properties from the current setbacks within the past encampment protocol, housing services, along with our outreach partners, will begin delivering this message to individuals about approved locations and the requirement to follow the guidelines. If individuals are willing to move, we will assist them with that relocation. Reasonably, this will not happen overnight. Individuals will be given appropriate time to pack their belongings and choose an approved location that best suits them. As you can imagine, and as has been voiced here multiple times tonight, relocating is not easy, and as such, we wouldn't expect an immediate or an enthused cooperation. If bylaw enforcement is passed, administration will work with the contracted partner to operationalize necessary policies and procedures for managing the encampment and guidelines and expectations, while ensuring that we provide required training and necessary tools to make sure the job is done. Administration estimates this process would take approximately 1 to 2 months to finalize. But again, as a reminder, bylaw officers are not able to physically remove individuals for violating a bylaw, but they would issue the appropriate fines. The Encampment Committee will reconvene to discuss supports at encampments, if there are encampments to support, and we will make decisions about required services at various locations, such as dumpster and garbage services, as well as porta-john services. These services take approximately 1 week to set up after those decisions are made. We will continue to look at other communities in Chatham-Kent outside of Chatham proper and see if there is available property elsewhere that would meet this criteria. And lastly, regardless of bylaws or protocols, police are expected to act in accordance with the charter and to respect charter rights. Lastly, and I know this has been said before as well, encampments highlight the housing crisis but not the solution. So we do need clear policy, we need consistent enforcement, and we need compassionate support so that together we can do this. I'm going to turn it over to Dave Taylor, Director of Legal Services, for some additional information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Following up on Ms. Cruz's presentation, I think it's important just to reaffirm to Council the very difficult legal situation that municipalities across Ontario, across Canada, find themselves in dealing with overlapping crises, particularly the homelessness and housing crisis. Certainly are very sympathetic to all the citizens that are impacted by this, neighbors of an encampment, persons who live in the neighborhood, and the unhoused individuals. What I want to make sure is very clear to Council and to the public listening is that Council's options in dealing with this difficult social issue are seriously constrained by a number of legal cases. Several of them have been referenced in some of the deputations tonight. We've done presentations in the past for Council as well, but wanted to take this opportunity to provide just a re-summary of that for Council. So, as was referenced by Ms. Crew and also some of the deputants, unhoused persons have a charter-protected right to shelter on public land when available or when accessible and affordable housing options are not available. And that's really, really important to understand. This is a charter-protected right. The charter is the most fundamental of all rights that we as Canadians, that all Canadians have. And when you read those court cases, they talk about life, liberty, and security of the person. That's Section 7 of the Charter. That's what courts have indicated is impacted if we try to prohibit encampments, if we try to essentially criminalize homelessness. And the reason for that, and this is actually very consistent in court cases. Some of the cases have gone different directions on certain fact scenarios, but the analysis of the Charter is very consistent, which is that if a person is unable to shelter themselves, they don't have another accessible or available housing option for themselves where they can shelter themselves from the elements, that risks their life. That's the type of rights that we're talking about here. There are lots of balancing rights that need to happen in all aspects of government. Charter rights, though, they're kind of the most important one to be paying attention to. Very, very tough message, but it's an important one. And it's the exact concerns that you've heard tonight, the concerns that are felt by the community in having an encampment near their properties, are the same kinds of concerns that have been raised in these court cases when there's been applications to court to try to move an encampment. There's a few court cases that I wanted to just highlight. The city or the region of Waterloo really kind of was the landmark case that was referenced in one of the deputations as well. And that was an attempt to get court authorization to remove an encampment. And the judge there found doing so would breach Section 7 of the Charter. Just recently, the region has come back to that issue, tried to remove the same encampment after increasing their encampment spending from 30-ish million to 65 million. And then the local legal clinic sought an injunction to prevent that removal. And the court, the matter will ultimately be heard on a full hearing in the fall of this year. But the court refused to allow them to move forward with removing the encampment now, despite the fact that the region represented that every person in that encampment would have a location to go to, and that significant financial increase that the municipality the region there put towards finding shelter for these individuals. That goes to show you just how significant the impacts to these charter rights are for these individuals and the risks to those persons that a court was not willing to endorse that removal of an encampment. Similarly, in Kingston, the court was requested an authorization to remove an encampment, and that was refused. And while in the Hamilton case that was referenced, the court rejected a charter challenge, fundamentally, though, that was not a situation of a total ban on encampments. That was a decision that only allowed for overnight camping. Again, that allowed for encampments to exist. So if the municipality of Chatham-Kent is to proceed forward with prohibiting shelter on all municipal properties, doing so would be a breach of the charter. That's the kind of rights we're talking about when we're making these decisions. At the August 11th meeting, as Ms. Crew just referenced, the functional result of those motions, particularly the motions about 100-meter setbacks from any business and property line, was that nowhere in Chatham was there public land on which an encampment was permitted. And so if that protocol was enforced, doing so would breach the charter. Another question that has come up is kind of how many properties do we need to allow? The key message that I would give to you is that we are constrained as the municipality, administration, and council by these court cases. Those court cases allow for a right to shelter to protect that person's life, liberty, and security of the person. But there's some room to make some rules to mitigate some of the impacts. Those rules can't go so far, though, to really offend those cases, that ability to shelter oneself. And if we go so far as to create only one location in which sheltering is permitted, that will effectively create a municipal outdoor shelter that has a whole host of other issues in terms of resources needed, risks associated with that. And my advice to council is it doesn't accord with those decisions of these court cases. And we are not aware as administration of any municipality that has formally sanctioned just one particular property for municipal outdoor sheltering. So again, in short, council, the existing amendments that prohibit encampments on public lands are not permitted. And as a result, those cannot then be enforced. As Ms. Crew referenced, it would require police to enforce those. Our bylaw enforcement officers cannot do that, and police too are bound to follow the charter. As a result, the existing protocol cannot be enforced. Council needs to really consider how to amend this protocol to balance the existing case law with some rules as was originally intended in the protocol to mitigate some of the impacts on encampments. But ultimately, persons do need to be allowed to shelter themselves on public lands. So thank you, Council. Certainly happy to answer any questions as you continue your debate.
Councillor Judenville?
I would like to put a motion to reconsider the 100 meters away from private property line within a residence and 100 meters away from any business. I would like to put a motion to reconsider that forward.
Councillor Harrigan?
Yes, I will second the motion.
Okay, Councillor Judenville, then Councillor Harrigan, then Councillor Finn. Oh, yes. Yes, this is just for the reconsideration, so. Do you want to add anything, Councillor Judenville?
No, not, I just hope everyone supports it so we can hopefully move forward with this.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan?
No, thank you. I think this is required to have full conversation about the subject tonight. So.
Okay. Councillor Finn?
Ditto the two previous councillors. It definitely something needs to be done.
Okay. Seeing no other questions on this, we'll put it to vote.
Thank you, Council. Just a reminder, a 2/3 vote. There are 16 people present as Councillor Story is absent and Councillor Crew has declared a conflict. Therefore, we require at least 11 votes to have the 2/3 vote. Councillor Sakachi?
Yes.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 15-1 and 1 abstained.
Okay, Councillor Juvenile?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So I have an amendment. So should I read the amendment? Is that what?
Sorry, you have a motion, or?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. That the amendment to the Chatham-Kent Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw be amended to reduce the setback of 100 meters from a habitable residence or business with a setback of 25 meters from a habitable residence or business. That notwithstanding the setback rules in the Chatham-Kent Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw, Council exempts those portions of the PUC McGeorge property and the PUC Irwin Water Tower as outlined in Slide 11, Option 2, and Slide 12, Option 3 of the presentation at item 15A on the August 25th, 2025 Council agenda, and authorize administration to amend the protocol to include these two locations. And third, that the Staff Encampment Committee be authorized to spend up to $100,000 per exempted site in infrastructure supports to enhance privacy and community well-being, for example, privacy fences, funded from the CK Strategic Reserves. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan?
And I will second the motion.
Okay, Councillor Juvenile, go ahead. Your floor is yours, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Sure, thank you. First, I would like to thank all who delivered deputations tonight. I appreciate everything. I heard everything we all did, and I respect your words, and I was touched by many of your stories on both sides. Based on legal knowledge that has been presented to council and the public tonight, removing encampments in Chatham-Kent is not an option. Sanctioning one site is not an option. 100 meters or 50-meter setbacks are not an option because they don't provide any further sites. I would like to spread the impact of encampments around Chatham-Kent rather than focusing on one neighborhood or one site. I hate to see how the impact is affecting those living near the existing largest encampment right now at the PUC on Grand Ave. Clearly, there is no win or there is no quick fix to this dire situation, as we have all discovered over the past few weeks. This is just a start to resolve the situation, but I will assure you it is not an end. Council must balance the rights of Chatham-Kent housed residents along with the rights of those who choose to live in an encampment. But this does not mean they choose the addiction or whatever leads them to live in the encampment. We need to find temporary solutions that may cause hardships to some, but I hope we as a community can find real solutions to the encampment, addictions, and mental health issues that we are faced with. Encampments are not the answer. I personally would much like to vote for the overall removal of encampments. I find they are breeding grounds for enablement, but unfortunately, as we have heard tonight, we cannot vote this way, or we will face a charter challenge through the Superior Court. I also supported Councillor Bondi's motion to only allow overnight camping on public grounds, but his motion did not pass. So now we are faced with the decision of finding a resolution to this sensitive and contentious issue. I know this isn't final. We will be dealing with my motion and my motion later tonight and others which will deal with the impacts of encampments, homelessness, addictions. I hope that together we can beat this crisis. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you, Councillor Jubenville, for bringing the motion forward and also including the amendment that I had suggested in item number 3. I do have some specific legal questions surrounding some of our conversation in closed session, and we had a motion in closed session about bringing that legal advice into open. Do we need to make a motion to waive the solicitor-client privilege if I have very specific legal questions, or because it was done in closed, I can ask some of those questions?
Thank you, Councillor. I would need to know the questions. We waive privileged over some specific legal advice, but I anticipate I'll probably be able to answer your questions.
So my specific questions are, when it comes to the legal implications and court challenges, have we as Chatham-Kent been notified by groups that this is something they would be prepared to do either through the media or through regular direct conversation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have been made aware that there are groups that would feel duty bound to bring lawsuits because of the fact that this is a prohibition, which then engages those charter issues.
And from a Canadian legislative standpoint, would you say that there is significant attention on our community, this council decision, this conversation right now by those groups and other organizations or entities?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there is a number of court cases that have been initiated by groups looking to protect the rights of unhoused persons across the province, and a number of those groups are working together in order to make sure that those rights are kind of advanced and protected. And so there's absolute attention on this decision because the idea of fully prohibiting an encampment really is inconsistent with a number of court cases, as I discussed.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just make some comments. The reason that I had offered to second the motion, recognizing this is an incredibly difficult conversation, is because really I think, and I feel a responsibility as a councillor to think about this from a policy perspective. Representing West Kent, there are not large communities in West Kent. It's Tilbury and Merlin and Wheatley. However, I do not anticipate that this is going to be a Chatham-only problem. I think in the years to come, we will see encampments in communities that are much smaller. And so when thinking about the policy direction that we're giving and the decisions that we're making tonight, we're talking about Chatham tonight. At any given time, if we don't get this right in terms of setbacks in legislation around the protocol, we could be bringing this back because there's no place in other communities where people who are unhoused can stay. And I want to acknowledge that there are two conversations happening specifically with the issue of encampment. The first is a community issue. What do we do about encampments? What is the best way to support community members who are both homeowners and those who are unhoused or street friends in our community? And then the second is this legal conversation that we're having, one about what municipalities are able to do and not able to do. And admittedly, you often hear elected officials in other areas say, well, that's a municipal issue. Well, certainly deciding where an encampment might go on municipal property is a municipal issue, but when there are Charter of Rights and Freedoms challenges, it goes more than just a municipal issue in terms of what it is that we're able to do. There's a motion later that discusses potential treatment or kind of the health-related concern, so I will speak to Councillor Jubenville and Doyle's motion later in the evening. What I did want to acknowledge is the difficult conversation around the privilege of home ownership. I think people seem very uncomfortable when it's said that home ownership is a privilege, and I say this having the privilege of being a homeowner. When we talk about home ownership as a privilege, we're not saying people don't work hard. We're not saying that you're seeing more and more of your paycheck go towards home maintenance and your mortgage and things like that. I think everyone around this table who owns a home knows that while it is the experience of home ownership is hard and challenging and requires a lot of effort, saving, and working, and I often worry about whether or not my children will have the privilege of being homeowners in the society that we are in. However, what being a homeowner means is you have a safe place to stay. I don't question as a homeowner what bed I'm going to sleep in, and I don't question as a homeowner whether or not municipal council can tell me where I am and am not allowed to go just by the fact of the residence that I live in. And that's the privilege that we have to balance when we're thinking about community. Homeowners in the community have very valid concerns about what's happening in their community and the changing dynamic of their neighborhood. Individuals who are living in encampments also have very real human issues, and we need to think about those issues and those human rights. So we're in a really tough position as a council. That being said, I think as we look to confirming what our encampment protocol will be and the bylaw around how it enforces it, and understanding the continued impacts of how that changes neighborhoods and communities for both homeowners and unhoused individuals, we need to think about how this protocol can be applied in the future and how it is that we can move forward positively. So things like privacy fence, understanding what community safety well-being issues happen in protocols, and enabling experts on Chatham-Kent staff to make those decisions can help to mitigate some of those issues and concerns. And I recognize that I've got about 30 seconds left to speak. So I will say I do appreciate the deputations that have been provided all throughout the summer, and do appreciate members of the public who have been brave enough to share very difficult stories that have impacted their personal lives. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you very much. I guess my first question is just a process question. So do we pass this and then go back to what was presented on the 11th?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are currently working on the protocol. We will have to go back to the two motions in the report of passing the bylaw and voting on the enforcement cost.
Okay, so if I had some questions in regards to the enforcement and security, should I hang on to them or can I ask them now? I'm just curious how you want to handle it.
Might as well ask him now.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess I just wanted a little bit of a better understanding in regards to the security aspect of it. I'm not sure who it's directed to, but I mean, operationally, what is it going to look like? Is it going to be 24/7 enforcement? Is it going to be across all the encampments? How is it just the nuts and bolts, if you can?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The concept really would be to hire two security guards in that from that particular company, and we would be having them go through the process of becoming bylaw officers, so there'd be some training involved with that. They wouldn't be on site 24/7, but they would be available most likely during the day and portions of the evening. Their issues is to ensure adherence to the bylaw itself and be there on site to provide some monitoring. if there's issues that need to be escalated to a higher authority, we would be working with our friends in the police service to deal with those.
Okay. Who's the point person on this going to be? As an example, I don't think it's a counselor's place to reach out to bylaw officers. So what would or residents for that matter. So what would the process be for concerns in regards to bylaw enforcement? How would it work?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. The process for that would remain as it is currently, where we would encourage folks to call 311, and then that will get rerouted to the correct department to handle the issue.
Okay, sounds good. I guess last meeting, I made some comments, and my family and friends can tell me I can be inscrutable at times. And I just wanted to say that I made some satirical comments last meeting regarding how we could clear the encampment in a similar fashion to Toronto had in 2021 and Vancouver had prior to the 2010 Olympics. To be clear, I was taking aim at the politics of the issue and not the work of the potential security company or any other organization that has or will partner with us in the future. I had a couple of comments concerned about a phrase I used, and I won't repeat it. Without the hard work of everybody involved, from ROC to the other outreach providers and staff, contractors, and even the residents in and around the encampment, we won't even begin to be able to address this issue. So I think of this up here on the screen as something that I can certainly support. I'm glad we stepped back for 2 weeks for one meeting to get to this place, because I don't think we were going to get there before 11 o'clock last meeting. So I know it's been a hard couple of weeks, but I think we finally got to a place that will, at the very least, put us on the path. So thank you so much.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mary Caniff. I do have a question, but I just want to start with, I'm not going to support this. The reason I voted against what seemed to be the inevitable last vote was that I do think we did have the opportunity to prevent encampments from becoming permanent by banning day camping, but that didn't work, so here we are. So I guess we've eliminated Thames Grove. I'm afraid that the PUC location, because this is going to be nearly impossible to enforce. We can talk about it, but really, you know what I mean? So my question would be, I don't think any of these people are really likely to go to the Irwin Street water tower. It's out of the way. If it was the only option, then sure, but it's not. So if and when the PUC overflows, because if you do the math, like say there's 50 tents now, some of them are 10 by 10, and they have to be 2 meters apart. So what do we do when we hit no vacancy? Do we then have that authority to stop people from setting up and then determine who goes to Irwin? We just talked about how we didn't want to do that because we could break up friend groups or couples or whatever. So what happens when we hit, a hotel puts up a no vacancy sign? What do we do? Because we're going to hit it, unquestionably. Anybody?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dave Taylor, Director of Legal Services. There are some elements of the existing protocol that would apply there, councillors. So there's certain setback rules and some other matters that exist in the protocol and also that council has approved. And so, to your point, if there isn't actual room there in an application of the protocol, then a new person would be directed that they're outside of an area and they need to be looking for another piece of public land. But the important piece is that this motion, if passed, does preserve portions of public land available for outdoor shelter and thus provides some location for those citizens.
So if we hit a no vacancy stage at PUC, then Irwin, now if we hit a no vacancy at Irwin, there's nowhere left in Chatham, correct? Like, I don't know if that's going to happen, and I don't know, well, one guy brings like a 10-man tent, he's going to take up a lot of real estate, right? So, like, I guess my concern is there's probably no answer that I'm going to get tonight anyway, but I don't know what we do when we hit that no vacancy day, and I'm sure it's coming, and it's maybe not going to be until the spring because I think things will probably hopefully slow down in the winter months, but in any event, that was my question. I didn't get much of an answer, but that's all right. I'll ask again sometime. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Also want to thank everyone who offered deputations this evening and those that reached out via phone and email. So I know that this has been a difficult issue for the community, for individuals impacted living in these situations and the neighborhoods that they have been in over the past couple of years as this issue has moved throughout our community. And I just wanted to highlight the legal information that was shared tonight. Normally, those would be things that we would hear only in closed session, and I think it was important that we shared that publicly, because I think that everything that adds weight into this decision and is considered as part of this decision is important for the public to hear and important for the public to know. And I said it last meeting, and I'll say it again, there shouldn't be encampments. We shouldn't have people that need to live this way. And as we've heard tonight, municipalities have limited tools right now to address these situations. And ultimately, those encampments are a symptom of failures in the legal system, in healthcare, in housing, and we need to continue to support the things that will bring us out of those situations. And I think it is pretty bleak. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario said there's about 80,000 people homeless in Ontario right now. They project in 10 years that'll be 300,000. So we're thinking about a 3-fold to 4-fold increase in some of these populations. And Councillor Harrigan's right when she says this won't be a Chatham-only issue. This is going to be an issue in Tilbury and Wallaceburg and other communities as well, unless we see significant support and unless we see changes in what has happened legally as well. So I think that when we hear deputations and they say things like overwhelm your MPs and MPPs with messaging, I think we need to do that. I think that we need to do better as a community and as a council in accessing the resources that we're going to need, so that there are resources in place so we don't need encampments. We've heard about those legal requirements. The reason that people can shelter in public spaces is because there's not the required spaces within shelters or housing for them. So we need to invest so that we can provide those, and then we have the option to not have encampments. So I think that work is longer than just one night, but it needs to happen, and I think we need to discuss those issues and approach it honestly. So I fully respect that this is going to be a difficult process for everyone and has been a difficult process. We all wish that there was an easy decision here to solve this problem, and unfortunately there is not. So I appreciate the input that has happened through this process, and that we're going to be discussing this a lot more. This is going to continue to change and evolve as things change in Ontario, and will continue to be an issue until we see some real action on those things that will prevent homelessness.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, just a couple questions to confirm here. So with this motion, and I think, I think it's illustrated there, but I just want to confirm, I guess, to make sure I got this right. And I think Kim presented it quite well in her presentation, but just to confirm, so can staff comment on what exactly this motion does to where the current encampment is right now? What does that mean for where it is currently?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion would permit the current encampment to stay where it is at the PUC McGeorge property. The current encampment where it is right now is already, and I wish I could go back to my map, but it already is 130 meters from the north subdivision that backs onto that property, and it is 16 meters with a division between the vacant rail property and the backyard of Taylor Ave.
Okay, thank you, Kim. And getting to the last bit of the motion, the 100,000, I think that's a great addition. I know it mentions privacy fences, but I guess is this, I don't know if this is either to staff or to the mover and seconder, but is this also supposed to go towards, some of the other costs that we're going to need, like for dumpsters and washrooms, cleanup, potentially water, I know we've talked about, but is that, can someone talk or address that? Is that where this funding is supposed to go towards, or is this for specifically more towards, creating, some of these barriers or fences, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I can speak to it, and left intentionally, like when I say infrastructure supports, Councillor Hull, it's all of what you had said, plus potentially more, based on the recommendations of staff in the housing committee that's struck up. What I realized when speaking with staff members is that council did have reserve funds to provide support for encampment sites. I believe it was $30,000 annually, which we have used up. And so this expands that and allows for conversations to talk about how it is that we can support community integration, both for members of the neighborhoods and also members of the encampment.
That sounds great, and I hope staff, will definitely come back to council if more is needed, especially with the, once we get into that. But, I would hope that would be something that staff would come back to us with. And another one, and I don't know if you can answer this, Dave, but I think you can, maybe you have already, but just to confirm again, from a legal perspective, Dave, does this motion satisfy, I guess, bring us back into compliance with the charter rights of individuals in our community?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. It's always a tough discussion and decision to kind of make, because this is a bit of a crafted and Chatham-Kent type approach here, right? The previous protocol obviously had lower limits in terms of setbacks, and we had crafted that with a bunch of consultation with other municipalities to follow best practices there. But I do think that this is a continuation of that discussion. It strikes a balance of providing opportunities for persons to shelter themselves on public lands. And so I do believe that this is a path forward, but just recognizing that it is as I said, a struck and kind of Chatham-Kent approach. We never know exactly what someone might say if there was a challenge, but I think this is far better than where we were, and I think does continue to try to reflect and respect those charter rights.
Thank you for that. Yeah, obviously, very difficult situation, and I think Councillor B. McGregor said it, this won't be the last time we discuss it around this table. But I just hope that everyone around this table and in our community can continue to practice kindness and patience with each other, show some respect for each other, and we'll get through this together. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sakatchi?
No.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Sorry, Councillor Juville, I should have went to Councillor Juville and Councillor Harrigan for final words. So Councillor Harrigan, nothing. Councillor Juville, anything?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just wanted to outwardly confirm that this does not limit it to just those two sites, that there are a potential for other sites with that 25-meter setback.
Yes, that's correct. Now, backing up to 25, there could be other sites.
Okay, because some people think it's just limiting it to those two sites, so I just wanted to be clear that there are going to be other options. So that was it. That's all I wanted. I hope everyone, it's not, there is no answer to this, and we either do where we left off, which was not, we can't go in that direction, so we have to make some kind of a decision, as difficult as it is. So, thank you.
Yes, I think voting. Everybody voted?
No, not yet, so that's why
Oh,
we're
yes.
ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ready to
Councillor Sakatchi?
Yeah, sorry, I did have my hand up, but then I think just a quick clarification, just because when Ms. Crew was giving her presentation, so because this has been brought back, so if we do pass this right now, then essentially this cannot come back to this term of council. Is that correct, or is because it's a different motion that this can? Just because the reconsideration has thrown me off a little bit, and I just want to be very clear on how I understand this from just a clerical standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there was a reconsideration for the residential and the business setbacks, and so that is the portion that cannot be brought back again for 1 year, and then it could be brought back after that. So no, it's not done as of the term of council. It's just a 12-month according to the procedure bylaw.
Term of council, correct?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, still waiting for, sorry, Counselor Sakachi, how do you vote?
No, if we can't bring it back, I'm no. Thank you.
Okay, and Counselor Doyle? Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 10-6 and 1 abstained. We want to go to the
Okay, we'll go to the bylaw now.
two motions.
You put the motions on the screen. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Finn. Okay, Councillor Thompson, anything to say?
No, I think we've had a pretty good conversation over the last
Councillor
2 or
Finn?
3 meetings.
Nothing to say.
Councillor B. McGregor?
Just for clarity, so the bylaw contains all of the additional components that were voted on in the previous meeting. So this is not just the 2 updated setbacks, it's all the other components that were voted on. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Jill.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor, that's correct. So what was happening is that the existing protocol existed, that was amended. Now some changes to that protocol have been existed, and essentially the bylaw takes that protocol, the final protocol that you've now passed, puts it to an appendix to the bylaw, and that's how the protocol now becomes an enforcement tool.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, then any final words from mover or seconder? No? Okay, we'll put it to vote.
Counselor Sakachi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-1 and 1 abstained.
Okay, move on to
15C, motion of Counselor Jubenville regarding establishing a treatment facility and supportive housing center.
Councillor Jubenville, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I think it's maybe better if I think Councillor Doyle has a friendly amendment, so maybe if he wants to talk about that, because it kind of completes the motion, expands on it. Does that work? Oh, okay. So that's just the Chatham-Kent Council directs staff to investigate and research options for establishing a treatment facility and a specialized supportive housing center using best practices and consulting with successful comparable facilities. Staff should also explore potential partnerships and return to council with a report outlining proposed solutions, operational requirements, and cost estimates for a treatment facility aimed at addressing the addictions and mental health crisis in Chatham-Kent in a time-sensitive manner. Thank you.
Councillor Doyle, you second that?
I will gladly second that. And I have a friendly amendment as well.
Okay, what's your friendly amendment?
I did send that to Judy as well, if you guys can throw it up on the screen. It's a big one. Okay, so it's still the same premise, but just with a little more direction on what we're asking staff to do. So that Chatham-Kent Council directs staff to investigate and present options for establishing partnerships with treatment facilities to reduce the time between detox and admission into recovery and treatment programs. One option to be explored is the availability and cost of securing dedicated recovery beds exclusively for Chatham-Kent residents, with the municipality funding these placements. Furthermore, to ensure that all relevant organizations are included in the process and to gather the critical information necessary for an informed decision, while also identifying gaps in the current system and opportunities for municipal improvement, Council directs staff to engage and consult with the following organizations and departments with their agreement, including but not limited to CKHA Withdrawal Management Services, CKHA RAM Clinic, Chatham-Kent Police Service, Chatham-Kent Fire Service, EMS, Westover Treatment Center, Journeys Recovery Home, Rondo Shores Treatment Center, Teen Challenge, CK Municipal Housing Services, CK Social Assistance, CMHA Lambton-Kent, Mobile Care Chatham-Kent, Chatham-Kent Youth Wellness, Chatham-Kent Women's Shelter, local MPPs, Trevor Jones and Steve Pinsnote, Chatham-Kent EMT, and after the deputation today, I would also like to include the inn in St. Thomas. Sounds like they're doing the right thing, and I'm sure if they could come here and give us some ideas on how to help, that would be awesome, especially if we can get the cost down. So I'd like to add them. Staff shall organize a minimum of 2 collaborative meetings with the above organizations, each invited to send up to 2 representatives. The purpose of these meetings is to gather the information required for a comprehensive staff report outlining the proposed solutions, operational requirements, cost estimates for dedicated Chatham-Kent resident beds in recovery and treatment facilities, and any other opportunities for system improvement. Be it further resolved that staff also provide options for partial program funding through public donations, including the ability to issue a charitable tax receipts to offset municipal costs. Be it further resolved that members of council be invited to attend these meetings as observers only, subject to procedural rules, in order to be better informed. Be it further resolved that staff bring the report back to council during the 2025 budget process. Be it finally resolved that the municipality continue to petition and apply to the province for funding to create and operate a Heart Hub, which is homeless and addiction recovery treatment. Thank you. Do you want to go back to Council Juvenile?
Sorry, Councillor Juneville, is that a friendly amendment?
Yes, it is
A large friendly amendment? Okay.
Yes.
So anything you'd like to add, and then I'll go to Councillor Doyle, and I've got some other speakers.
I just think it's, basically we're asking for a report. We want to get some conversations started. I think this is a good start with the listed agencies here. I think there's some gaps in the municipality from withdrawal management into treatment. So it would be nice to somehow, and this doesn't necessarily mean that Chatham-Kent would be funding all of this. It would just means that we would be working together cohesively with the other agencies to have a full wraparound program that would walk someone through addiction from the beginning right unto the end. So I think that's the main objective, to see what that would look like if we could achieve it and how much it would cost. So, thank you.
Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor. Just with premises, it's just to continue on what Council Jubenville said. I did like her motion. I know we're kind of already working on the supporting housing pieces to try to get those in place. They're just not quite here yet. So I figured, as opposed to doing a treatment center ourselves, I think to try to reinvent the wheel ourselves when there's other places that are doing this and it's been successful, I think it would be better to partner with them and find a way where we can get some dedicated beds in these places. And in talking to them, it sounds like one of the two biggest issues are there's a gap between detox and recovery, and a lot of people fall through the systems because they get out of detox and there's nowhere for them to go. So if we can cut down that gap, and sometimes that's up to a 6-month wait. So if we can cut down that gap and get people straight from detox into recovery homes, that'll help on the beginning side of it. The other gap that we're finding, that from what I've been told, is once they get out of the recovery home, there's also not the greatest spots for them to go. So that's where the supportive housing would come in, as well as our transitional cabins. So ideally, we don't want any gaps between detox, recovery, and getting into, say, the transitional cabins or supportive housing. I think, and in talking to the recovery homes, all of them would be willing to sit down with the municipality and see if there's a way to get some dedicated Chatham-Kent beds. They've all said they would welcome that idea to speed up the process for at least our Chatham-Kent residents. So not only for people in homelessness in the encampment potentially, but people that aren't homeless yet, that are seeing that gap, and we can maybe save them before they get to the homeless stage. So I think that's kind of the plan to do this. And then because even in talking to the recovery homes, they said they haven't really been reached out from the municipality, I feel like we do need to get everybody to sit down in the same room, in the same meeting, and have some discussions, so we can have everybody at the table at the same time, and we can come up with some possible solutions out of this. And again, just from the deputation, I think that Stephanie did, we should add, after Chatham-Kent EMT, add the inn from St. Thomas, because they're doing something similar with all the supports in there. So, and if they're doing it at $1.5 million a year, I think that's a great place to reach out to see if we can do something in that line at that price. So, hopefully this passes. I think it's a good start to get some conversations happening, and maybe with everybody in the same room, we get some ideas that people haven't thought up yet, as opposed to just having one organization going around and trying to talk to each one separately and get their opinions. I think they all need to be in the same room together. So, thank you very much.
Before, I've got a number of speakers. Before I go that, I've just looked for administration to do some general comments on, this is a pretty elaborate request, so I just wanted to get your perspective on it.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So, and my comments don't speak to the merits. I think anytime we can get people in the room to discuss these things, we should. A couple of concerns, but these are things that the mover and seconder can deal with. I don't think that we'd be able to bring a report back for the 2025 budget process, just given what the time is right now. Getting all those people in one place to have these discussions, I think, is important, but I don't think we'd be able to do that, have two meetings, and then at the same time be able to come back with sort of dollars and cents that early. So I think we need a bit more time for that. The other thing I would suggest is we probably would need a budget for a facilitator. I think when you've got, just quick math here, and I notice it says including but not limited to, so there are some others in the community that I think should be at the table as well. So we could be talking upwards of 30, 40 people. And so having someone who's skilled at facilitating so that we're actually getting something out of it, I think is really important. Otherwise, it'll just be everybody spinning their wheels. So that would be it. I think a budget, if we had a meeting or two, we could come back and provide a little bit of comment on the timing and the budget. But those would be my two concerns, is just some dollars for facilitation and the timing. Some of the people that you have here listed at the table, while they play a role in our municipality, if at the end of the day you're looking to, the goal is to obtain Chatham-Kent beds, not all of them would be necessary to be at the table. So if that's really the goal, then we might want to refine the list a little bit as well. So, but that's.
Can I just speak to that?
Go ahead.
So originally I was going to give more time, and I talked to Gord, and Gord said that it would be good to get back at budget. So that's why I gave less time.
Way to go, Gord.
Way to go, Gord.
Gord, go ahead.
I guess I better comment a little bit on that. It's council's budget, so actually, strong mayor powers. It's the mayor's budget, but so when we get there, we can discuss whether we're allocating funds to a reserve for this purpose, and how much council would like to allocate, even if the decisions aren't made yet. If there's a decision to raise tax dollars for the 2026 budget ahead of a decision being made of exactly how it was going to be spent.
If I may, I don't disagree that we couldn't put a placeholder in the budget, but that the way it's worded here, it says that be it further resolved that staff bring their report back to council during the budget process. So I think Gord and I are on the same page. You could absolutely put a placeholder for the ongoing cost. We won't know what the details are, but in terms of our report coming out of these two meetings, that won't be ready for the 2025 budget session. So
that's fine. That's fine by me. Again, I was quicker than I expected when I was originally going to make the motion. So, or no friendly amendment. So, that's fine. If we would just want to have a placeholder for now, and try to maybe get what would be a timeline that we could get the report back, do you think?
I'll ask Ms. Crew that, or Josh. My guess would be at least 6 months. You're asking for two meetings with a lot of people that are very difficult to to pin down, and we want councilor observations as well. So I think you're probably looking at a minimum of 6 months. We can get going with refining the list of invites. We can get a facilitator, but I think we need at least 6 months. Josh, what are your thoughts?
Thank you for the question. One of the things we were discussing earlier this evening, the first thing we'd be doing is reaching out to the Chatham-Kent Community Drug Strategy coordinator. They've been doing a lot of this work over the last few months. They actually held a very extensive consultation period over the summer. So I believe that some of this work likely has already been completed, but I can't speak to that because we haven't had the opportunity to speak with them further. So I think we'd be able to give a firmer update of how much new information is actually needed and may be able to adjust this, but based on, for tonight's purposes, we would need that time to consult with them.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And with regards to all the places that we want to have there, I know it's not all recovery beds that are in there, but if we have everybody in the same room talking, hopefully maybe we can get some other ideas that aren't just on the recovery bed side. They're in any part of this process where people might be falling through the cracks. Because again, I think every one of those places up there is important, and then could all bring something to the table to help give us some better ideas on what to do.
We'll go on to our speakers list. I've got Councillor Crew, Harrigan, Finn, and B. McGregor. Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I have a friendly amendment, not as long as Councillor Doyle's, and it may even be kind of in there a bit, but I'll read it and you can decide whether you want to add it or not. That council advocate to the province to fund a facility in Chatham-Kent to address the ongoing treatment of homelessness, addictions, and mental health, and that the report provide opportunities for how to support the continued implementation of the Chatham-Kent drug strategy. Is that a friendly amendment?
Councillor Juneville, is that good with you?
Because this is a report we're asking for back.
Right, so could we add it onto the final? Could it be like an extension?
Yes,
Because
we
it-
just, yeah.
It
Yeah, add it,
kind of
just-
sounds like it blends in with that, so we
It
could
might.
add it into that.
And I think that after mental health, that it be like a next bullet point, and that the report provides opportunities on how to support the continued implementation of the Chatham-Kent drug strategy. My only comment is, like, a lot of this is provincial, and we know, I don't know how many years, I'm looking at some of my coworkers, that people I've worked with over the years with drug strategies and things. These gaps have existed, and we've fought and advocated to close them because we know there are gaps. This is not new. And if we can, if this works, if this is the day that the lightning's going to strike and we're going to get it done, so be it. Bring them all together. I agree with Mr. Dubin that everybody speaking and getting together is a good thing. That's a pretty lofty group to get together. I think that I wish whoever's trying to pull them together, all the best. This is a great starting point, and I really, this is provincial, the province needs to be stepping up and doing this. They have always not funded the gaps. So if we can get them to look at some of those gaps and help fill them, I'm all for it. So if it's today, the lightning striking, and we're going to get it done, I'm in. But it's a report, and I don't want people to think that because we're doing this, we're saying that this is going to be done. Because this is a treatment, mental health, those are all provincially funded, and their responsibility. If we take it on and build it ourselves, it becomes ours, kind of like bridges and roads and all of those things that we're still funding today. Not that it's not a good thing, but we just had a fulsome discussion, you did, about some huge gaps in our community that we need to. We can't be everything to everybody. We just need to remember that as we move forward. But thank you for accepting that friendly amendment.
Councillor Juneville, you're good with the add-ons there?
Yes, thank you,
Councillor
Councillor
Doyle?
Crew.
You're good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Before I make my comments, would just like to acknowledge that I do a lot of this in my day job with being the executive lead of the Ontario Health Team. And I wasn't sure if I was in conflict with the motion, so I consulted our Integrity Commissioner, who said that regardless of kind of what this works out to be, if it goes to a report, then I'm not in conflict because it's the general information seeking, but at a future point, I may have to declare a conflict. So with that, I wanted to just note that I will be supporting at least the first part of the motion because it is very much in alignment with our Chatham-Kent drug strategy. So as a reminder, the pillars of our Chatham-Kent drug strategy include prevention, treatment, community inclusion, and harm reduction. And it's not a strategy that is one or the other or either or. It's a strategy that recognizes through evidence-based practices and local engagement that we need all of those pillars in order to be successful in achieving our goals and to support support those who use substances, who suffer from mental health and addictions, and also to combat what is a real reality about the opioid crisis in Chatham-Kent. And that reality is that we lose lives in Chatham-Kent at almost double the rate of the province. So last year, that would be 50 individuals in Chatham-Kent who passed away as a result of overdose. And I also wanted to acknowledge that the work of the drug strategy and our community drug strategy coordinator has been one that has really pulled on collective impact. In particular, in May of this year, 150 partners across Chatham-Kent were pulled together. Members of council were also invited to attend, and some of them around this table were able to attend, to talk about those 4 pillars and what was needed. And certainly in the area of treatment, things like transitional housing, Indigenous-led programming, youth withdrawal services, transportation, and awareness for priority population needs were identified as huge priorities. And then that transitional component, what Councillor Doyle was speaking to, was known across all partners as being just a need in Chatham-Kent. There's certainly a gap here. That being said, I wonder if this is becoming too prescriptive in who's at the table. I know it notes not limited to, but I also think about Indigenous partners. I think about Link. I think about, right, there's a large number of partners, which is why in the drug strategy forum, it turned out to be 150 people at the Wish Center for a day. So have some concerns about that. But I also want to say that what's also missing from these conversations are some of those other pillars, right? Prevention requires school boards and police services and education around who can be at the table. And even though this is focused on treatment, they all kind of bleed into each other. Harm reduction is missing from this conversation. And I think it's important to acknowledge that harm reduction saves lives. Naloxone kits save lives. And then the work that ROC does, while it has come under significant scrutiny, it saves lives. And it gives people that ability to get to tomorrow so that they can access treatment programs. And I think it's important as a council that we also support our community organizations that are fulfilling public health mandates. As a municipality, we are mandated to provide safe supply harm reduction amongst all other municipalities. So I completely support Councillor Jubenville and Doyle's motion to look at treatment specifically because that's an identified need and gap. But I think that if we're only looking at treatment, we're only doing 25% of the work. And it's really that whole drug strategy that we have to consider. I'm wondering, do you know what? It's too big to break out. I will support it. I will say fully, in general, as a principle, I don't agree with council being so prescriptive as to do the who, what, where, why, when, how, like 2 individuals with 2 meetings and some of this detail. I think we need to leave it up to staff, but I'm just not sure how to break it out. So I'm just going to put it out on the floor, and if a council member knows how we could break that out or fix it, we'll see. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify back to Councillor Doyle, are you okay if the third last, and Councillor Jubenville, the third last paragraph, instead of the report coming back during budget, that it comes back within 6 months, and then at budget time, we'll do that placeholder of the money? So we can change that line to 6
Yeah,
months?
I was gonna say something, because the 2026 is like a year and a bit away, so I don't, that's way too far away.
Well, the 2026 budget, we're going to be talking about in November, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, my bad.
So if we just change that to be that the actual report, the big report comes back
Yep.
in 6 months,
Yeah,
and then
that's fine.
budget will flag the placeholder amount?
Yeah, yeah, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, you're done? Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Anderson.
Councillor
Anderson.
Harrigan touched a lot on the organizations. My question is, what if somebody has an established treatment facility outside of Chatham-Kent right now, looking at Chatham-Kent? Who would they contact? And would they be included?
By all means, they could be included 100%. This isn't, this was just because I talked to our local ones. I know in talking to somebody that we spoke to on the weekend when we went to the encampment, they would prefer to go to a recovery home that was not local. So by all means, if you want to, if administration wants to reach out to some other ones that are not local, 100%, by all means.
Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I appreciate that there has been much more attention to this issue in the past short while based on the issues we face from the encampment, but I think it's a bit of a misnomer to classify this as starting a conversation, because these have been conversations that have been going on for a long time. So certainly the CK drug strategy, the Chatham-Kent Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee, there's been harm reduction forums back in 2018 in the community, and many community partners have been working quite hard in this area. So I think it would be better characterized as continuing a conversation, perhaps. And I do think we have a lot of resources that are great. I know our coordinator for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee is here and has pulled together many community partners to meet. I know that the CK Drug Strategy Coordinator did a wonderful job in the Drug Strategy Forum. So we do have many interested parties in the community. The Public Health Unit has been a leader in advocating for solutions as well. And even around council, we've done that. The CKHA asked for funding from us, if we don't remember, a couple of years ago, $500,000 for the detox beds at CKHA. And those typically were things funded by the province and other communities. We can look at the provincial investment in Sarnia, one we did not get here. So I think that we have been having those conversations and moving in those directions. If this is another opportunity to see some of those things in a report, I think that's great. I will say that as it relates to encampments, not only is this just one pillar of a drug strategy, it's only one component of what we see as the encampment issue. So there is still a very significant housing component. There's lots of different models. We can look at things like Dunn House in Toronto in offering supportive housing prior to treatment or without treatment, and those are important aspects as well. So I think I don't want to muddy the waters anymore on this motion. I will be making another motion with respect to emergency housing and supportive housing in Chatham-Kent. But I think it's important to keep in mind that this work has been ongoing. There's a lot of community partners to get around the table. As we move forward, I think it's also important to look at the history of provincial downloading to municipalities as well, and municipalities moving into provincial territory with respect to what they should be funding in healthcare treatment.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just note shortly, I'm going to have to ask for an extension if we...
I'll be fast.
Okay.
I appreciate this motion a lot, and similar to what Councillor Harrigan was saying, I do question whether it is a little bit too specific and a little bit less measurable than we typically formulate motions, but I appreciate it. Would it be a friendly amendment, rather than all of council being invited to these, that we do like a committee of council or a select councilors that would go to these meetings, just so that then they are able to put that in their portfolio, their agenda, that they're gonna be at these meetings, rather than it kind of being willy-nilly one of the.
I guess I just wanted to give everybody the opportunity to listen in on this stuff if it would be possible, with our procedures. Just, yeah, I guess I just want to give everybody the opportunity to go, unless we did like a committee of the whole that can go.
Yeah,
watch.
it's something
Then
to discuss for
yeah.
sure, just because this is a lot, which I appreciate, but it is a lot to then extend it also to all of council to be involved in it. I think that the timeline, initially it's very optimistic to say, let's bring this back in, 6 months or a year. I'm not sure that there's anything measurable that will be at that point of time. And I do think that this is something that will need to be over years of a period of time. And that's already been a lot of years of work being done to get to even this point right now and continuing on with that. I will support this, although I don't want it to seem as if by supporting it, there's the thought that we as a council think that a lot of this work isn't already being done. But I think bringing it to light and then all of us saying that we support this work moving forward is really, really important. One of the things I do want to point out is when we talk to these recovery facilities, a lot of them have a very high cost associated with them, especially ones that are not local, right? So if they do want to go out of town, some of them can be upwards of $10,000 to go to a recovery facility. So that's something that we need to speak about, the cost associated with that as well. Who is absorbing that? And that needs to be some of the conversation. If this is something we want to start to offer as a municipality, there is a significant cost associated with some of these recovery facilities. Not that it's not something we should look at, but it does come with a super high cost. But I think that's all I have on this. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to get a 15-minute extension. Can I get a motion? Councillor Juvenville, second by Councillor Finn. Anyone opposed to continuing on? See, 2, 4. Okay, we'll continue for an extra 15 minutes. Hopefully we'll wrap it up before then. Councillor Sakachi.
Mayor Caniff, and I just wanted, actually, my comments were very much related to what Councillor McGregor, Harrigan, and Anderson said. I think one thing that's been really lost in all this, the understanding that the community is very scared. It's a very real thing, and it's a thing that I think that everybody seeing what's going on around us and communities around us are fearing. But I think that the premise of that, us as a municipality and us as a council, that we've not been doing what we've could. Has it ever enough? No, but there's significant amounts of investments that we've made. Councillor McGregor mentioned it about the $500,000. I know that the $300,000 that we had, for the drug strategy for the coordinator for 2 years that we approved. The transitional cabin program, this was all done as been in the making for years to try to come up with solutions to a challenge that we've seen, far down the road. We did try to get the HEART funding. We had a great application in that we were denied. So I think that a lot of the comments, which is disheartening, and I know it's coming from fear and anger and frustration, is that this haven't been on our radar for a long time. I go back to reading things all the way back from 2019, recognizing that this was going to be a significant challenge in our community, and seeing, councillors like Councillor McGregor, Councillor Harrigan, all the councillors that sit on the public health, as well as yourself, Mayor Caniff, advocating for reasons and ways to address these things. And I just want to make sure the community knows that it's not going on deaf ears. It's never going to be enough, but there has been significant movement since my first year on council in 2018 to where we are now. And I just hope that we continue to look at schools that are coming up. We continue to look at properties that are coming up, continuing to invest in, appropriate housing mechanisms, whether that be supportive, transitional, or affordable. But it's not just about talking about them on meetings like this. It's about putting yes when those costs come to it, when there's a cost to a community because we are purchasing a build for supportive housing, or a cost to putting an affordable housing build up. They're not easy solutions. They're hard solutions. But at the end of the day, they're not harder than what we're facing today. And I just hope that we as a council continue to invest in our community, invest in solution-based approach, and also investing in the decisions that actually make a difference when you hit yes, and there's the cost to it in supporting those decisions. So I just want to make sure that I will support this, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows these are not new things that are on here. We are doing a lot of this, and I really appreciate Councillor Jubinville's initial motion as well. So thank you.
I just quickly want to add to that, just that I'd like to think that as management or as administration's going through this, that if there's something that doesn't make sense to do, that they won't do it, but they'll note it in the report back. I don't want them saying, oh, it says here we must do this, but it doesn't make sense as they go through. So I've just, if that's okay, that on that perspective, they'll note to us that they didn't do this for the following reason. All right, with that, I see no other questions. We'll put it to vote. Sorry, yes, final words, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So just, I do know that this work has been ongoing. I think this just is another thing we can use to kind of help that process along. I also know it's a provincial issue, but we keep asking for money and we're not getting it, and the problem keeps getting worse. So I think if we don't do something ourselves, this might just continue to get worse. And I think sometimes it's easier to set up a program like this and then tell the province how well it's working and our success rate of it and what it's costing us, and then ask them to fund some of the money that way. I think from what I've seen anyways, that seems to work fairly well as well. So if we can get something like this up and running, I would like to then ask the provincial government for funding for it as well. And I think that's all.
Councillor Jubinville.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Basically echo everything Councillor Doyle said. I acknowledge that this isn't the beginning, but we just thought it was a good opportunity to maybe get all these groups together and start talking about the path towards successful treatment from the beginning right to the end, following from detox right to reintroduction into society for these individuals that are living with addictions. I just want to circle back to Michael Dubin had mentioned the cost for facilitating. Should that be incorporated into this?
This keeps flashing. We can try to do it internally, and maybe if we have to come back with a quick report in 2 weeks asking for an amount.
Okay.
Just this has come at us pretty quickly, so
right.
I have some ideas about who may be able to do it internally, but I don't know if they have the capacity.
So that's something you could come back.
We'll bring that back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
With that, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sakachi? All votes are in. Motion passes 16-1.
Okay, I've got two notices of motion. The McGregors are going to do it. We'll start with B and then we'll go to C. We might as well, here, let's get it done. Let's get her done.
I'll go quick. I, Councillor Brock McGregor, will bring forward the following motion for discussion and voting at the next council meeting. Whereas individuals experiencing homelessness in communities in Ontario can shelter on public lands when shelter spaces are not available. Whereas Chatham-Kent currently has fewer shelter spaces available than individuals requiring shelter. Whereas Chatham-Kent does not have adequate transitional or supportive housing to move individuals along the housing spectrum. Therefore, administration be directed to report back on options to expand current emergency housing availability, including an expansion of the cabin project in order to provide shelter spaces to any individual experiencing homelessness in Chatham-Kent and in line with predicted growth of individuals experiencing homelessness in our community. Further, administration review municipal transitional and supportive housing projects in Ontario, including funding formulas and models, to overview potential use of current municipally owned assets for supportive housing to replicate successful models.
Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you. I guess it does fit in tonight. So this is being brought on behalf of my Food Policy Council, as I'm the chair, and it is a food insecurity emergency declaration. Whereas food insecurity is defined as an inadequate and insecure access to food due to financial constraints, a marker of material deprivation, poverty, and a series of public health problems because it increases the risk of non-communicable infectious diseases and premature death, whereas chronic stressors like disability, precarious work, and acute shock like COVID-19 illness or eviction make it even more difficult to afford life's basic needs and live free from poverty, whereas income-based policies are necessary to effectively reduce household food insecurity, which Chatham-Kent Public Health reports is experienced by at least 1 in 5 households in Chatham-Kent. Whereas the income provided through provincial and federal programs has not kept up with rising cost of food, housing, or other basic needs. Whereas Ontario Works rates have been frozen since 2018, the maximum single person's monthly benefit for basic needs is $343 and $390 for shelter, totaling $733 per month. Whereas Chatham-Kent Public Health reports a single person on Ontario Works spends 134% of their income on food and rent, whereas the municipality of Chatham-Kent provides programs and services that decrease the impact of poverty and income unequally, and provides participants with a better quality of life, which can positively improve health and well-being. Whereas the number of individuals using Chatham-Kent Outreach for Hunger has increased by 38% from 2022 to 2024, from 2,781 unique individuals in 2022 to 3,752 unique individuals in 2024, with a 51% increase in families with children. Whereas the number of households using the food assistance program within the village pantry has increased by 124% from 76 unique households in 2022 to 170 unique households in 2024. Whereas the number of meals served to underhoused people by Reach Out Chatham-Kent has increased by 17% from 2022 to 2024, from 4,594 meals in 2022 to 51,313 meals in 2024. Whereas Hope Haven has already had 4,000 more visits in 2025 compared to 2024. Whereas poverty costs Ontario around $27.1 billion to $33 billion per year, justice systems $1.1 billion, healthcare $3.9 billion, lost income $19.4 to $25 billion, lost tax revenues $2.7 to $3 billion. Whereas the provincial poverty reduction strategy, building a stronger foundation for success, reducing poverty in Ontario from 2020 to 2025, primarily measure of success is that more social assistance recipients move into employment, despite people with employment income being one of the fastest growing groups at food banks. Whereas Chatham-Kent Food Policy Council's mission is to lead in the development of relevant policies and to advocate for local food system and values that all people should have physical and economical access to healthy, cultural, diverse, and local food. Whereas Chatham-Kent Food Policy Council's strategic plan for 2025 to 2027 highlights the needs to advocate for government-level policies that impact food systems and specifically to advocate for income-based solutions to food insecurity to provide families with more agency in food choices. Therefore, be it resolved that this motion return to Council on September 8th, 2025, and that the Mayor and Council support the advocacy of the Chatham-Kent Food Policy Council by declaring food insecurity an emergency in the municipality of Chatham-Kent, and that the Mayor and Council request the provincial government focus its upcoming 2026 to 2030 poverty reduction strategy around reducing measures of material deprivation such as food insecurity, and that Mayor and Council request the provincial government immediately raise social assistance rates to meet life's basic needs, and that the Mayor and Council request the provincial and federal governments to address the causes of food insecurity by establishing a guaranteed livable basic income for those living in poverty, and that Mayor and Council request the provincial federal governments to increase the rates of income support programs to ensure they are adequate to address the basic needs of individuals and families, and that the Mayor and Council request that provincial and federal governments include reduction of food insecurity as a component of all appropriate government policies, and that the copy of this motion be forwarded to the Association of Local Public Health Agencies, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Federation of Municipalities of Canada, Ontario Municipal Social Services Association, all Ontario municipalities, all members of provincial parliament and parliament, the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, all federal party leaders, the Honourable MPP Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Ontario Ministry of Health Sylvia Jones, and Federal Minister of Health Marjorie Michael. Thank you. Thank you for accommodating my motion this evening on behalf of the Food Policy Council.
All right, we're going to go to communication items. Councilor McGrail, you had 1B and 2C.
Sure, thank you. Dave, these are questions for you real quick. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that Ryan sending that letter on behalf of the municipality in regards to York 1 and the landfill. But I do want to now concentrate on what they gave back to us as their response. And in the second, paragraph, you know, I don't understand, you know, the ECA application under the Environmental Protection Act is a separate decision from zoning decisions. So what are they saying? Or Bruce? What are they saying to us is that it should come back to the municipality and we should have those rights to rezone, and they're gonna let us have those rights? Like, I'm not understanding exactly what they're saying. Maybe you can rephrase that for me, please. What should we expect from this letter, I guess?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that letter that we received was in response to a letter that Ryan Jocks, the Director of Planning, sent to the York 1 and also to the province. And what he indicated in there, so what York 1 had argued in the past was that their property enjoys a right called prior non-conforming use. We disagree with that, and we firmly told them that was not the case. Mr. Jocks reflected that in a letter. And really what that letter back from the province says is whether to approve zoning changes, land use changes, official plan changes, lies with this municipal council. So that's a good letter. It tells us that from the province's perspective anyways, and we'll see whether anything changes in the future, but from the province's perspective, according to that letter, if York 1 wants to expand that property use and change that property use, they have to come and ask council for approval through zoning, official plan, and other land use planning approvals. Of course, that could be subject to appeals to the Ontario Lands Tribunal, but that's a good step that matter will be back at council's floor if they want to make changes, subject only to some sort of appeal or other challenge they might raise.
Okay, thank you. I just want clarification. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead. You're all done? Okay, for both? Okay, that captured both. Sorry. Councillor Scott, did you have anything? You had your hand up, or? Okay, it's down now. All right. Councillor McGrail and Councillor Anderson, can I get you to move the communication items, please?
Sure, I'll move that. And I will second.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Non-agenda business. Seeing none. Reading the first and second readings, Councillor Doyle and Councillor Wright.
I'll move that.
Oh. Sure.
Sorry, thank you,
Is
Mayor
this for
Kemp.
non-agenda business?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And it's quick. And I've already talked to the answerer, and he said his answer is going to be quick. So I've had a few people come to me questioning about the roundabout, that there's some adjustments happening or whatnot. So just wondering if, Mr. Soldo, if you could speak to that.
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. I'm happy to say that the project's almost completed. It's on time and on budget. We did have a concern, which I believe the Director of Engineering sent out to all of council. We have confirmed that the roundabout meets all standards, so there will be no changes with it, and I'm looking forward to it opening.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Doyle and Councillor Wright, I heard you say that. Anyone opposed? Hearing none. Carries. Councillor McGrail and Councillor B. McGregor, can I get you third and final reading?
I will.
So seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Hall, can you wrap up the open session anyway? And then Councillor McDonald, can I get you to second that?
I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, September 8th, 2025, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
And seconded.
Anyone opposed to adjourning? Seeing none, I guess we're going to go back to, no, okay, never mind. Okay, so we will see everybody next meeting. Thanks.